Can I welcome you to today's meeting? I'd firstly like to call the Reverend Tracy Ansell to say prayers.
Lord Mayor, Leader of the Council, elected members, ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. May everything we do begin with your inspiration and continue with your help. We ask for your guidance and peace throughout this meeting so that all our thoughts and actions reflect inclusivity, fairness and justice. Bless everyone here that has been called to serve this amazing city and empower them to make decisions that see this city prosper even more. Let heaven's light be our guide. Amen.
Thank you, Tracy. You're most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but obviously we understand if you need to get off. Members, would you please like to take your seats? Thank you. So, members, good afternoon again to you all. The first thing on my agenda is declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest of any personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items of the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Having spoken to the City Solicitor this morning, I have a personal and pecuniary interest in item 6, so I'll be leaving the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Any others? No? Okay, thank you very much. So number 2, we move on to minutes of number 2. It was proposed by Gerald Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 14th of January 2020, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as a correct record. So are the minutes agreed, members? Agreed. Thank you very much. Minutes have been agreed. Communications. Apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Ferret. Also apology from Councillor Hooper, who hopes to be able to attend the meeting, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she may be here later. Okay. I understand that Councillor Coles would like to say a few words. Councillor Coles, please. Sorry, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much. Here shortly as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Symes?
So I have an interest in item 6 as well, Lord Mayor, and I'll have to leave. Don't I?
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor. So I'll go over now to Councillor Coles, who wanted to say a few words. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity, following my recent ill health, to thank councillors from across the entire chamber for their well wishes, and my family and me appreciate it all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. It's good to see you here as well. Last time I saw you in a wheelchair when you were in the hospital, so glad to see you. You all have received an email briefing note from the Interim Director of Public Health on the coronavirus situation, and I understand that the briefing for all members is being arranged. It is with great sadness that I have to advise of a recent passing of 2 former councillors and a former officer. Ken Alcombe, who was Lord Mayor back in 2017 to 2018, and who served as a councillor for the Drayton and Farlington ward from 2011 to 2019. He was also the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation from 2014 to 2016. Before becoming a councillor, he served on the Hampshire Constabulary for around 30 years, before then working as a council's parking operational manager. Ken Alcombe's funeral is scheduled for the 24th of February, and I understand it's St Mary's Church, I think it is. I understand that Councillor Jones would like to say a few words. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It is with great sadness that I address the Chamber today about former Conservative Councillor, Councillor Ken Alcombe, and also former Lord Mayor of this very great city. For those of you that aren't aware of the details, Ken and Joe Alcombe were on holiday in India last week, and at around lunchtime in India, Ken suddenly took very unwell and died of a massive heart attack. The post-mortem was carried out 2 days later, and Ken has arrived back in Portsmouth on Friday of last week at a local funeral director's. It's Joe's wishes that there is a full civic funeral for Ken. Being a former Lord Mayor, he is of course entitled to that. I've spoken to the Chief Executive, the Leader of the Council, about it, and the Council have been very gracious in allowing Joe the use of the city emblem for the Order of Service and for other events. And also thank you to you, Lord Mayor, for the touches that you made, which I passed on to the family, in particular to Joe, and they are very, very grateful. Everybody is welcome, or charities, anybody who knew Ken is very welcome to attend the funeral at 1:30 p.m. on the 24th of February at, as you've heard, St Mary's Church. Ken and Joe had a great mayoral year supported by Father Bob, and they thought it was fitting that he should carry out the service, or Joe thought it was fitting that he should carry out the service. There will be formal invites sent out, I expect, at some point this week, and the funeral will be followed by a private cremation at the Portsmouth Crematorium. Thank you.
Great man who'll be sadly missed. Honorary Alderman Dr Caroline Scott, who served as a councillor from 2002 to 2014 for the Milton ward. Dr Scott chaired a body of the council for all but one of her years in office, having chaired the planning committee for 4 years and then chairing the scrutiny panel, particularly overseeing the traffic, environmental and community safety for her last 7 years in office. Dr Scott's funeral took place last Friday, and I understand that Councillor Vernon Jackson would like to say a few words. Leader, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, on Friday I attended Caroline's funeral at the Sustainability Centre on the South Downs, exactly the right place for Caroline. Caroline was a committed environmentalist who tried to make sure that she held us to account, to make sure that we understood and took real action over the environment. Caroline, as you've heard, chaired the planning committee and then one of the scrutiny subcommittees very well. But if I look at her as a Milton councillor, and I was a ward colleague of Caroline's, I look to see what her impact has been on the local community, and she led and was absolutely crucial to the success of getting St James's Field not built on but given to the people of the city, so it is preserved as green space in perpetuity. She also led the campaign to stop ASDA building in Milton, including, as I understand it, it was before my time, but running a demonstration in the road where lots of residents slowed the traffic down, and including my Lord Mayor. I understand that the Lord Mayor's car was caught in this, but everybody was very good-natured about it. But again, she was successful. And she was passionate about Milton. The last thing that she worked on, where I was happy to be involved, is getting a plaque made for St James's Hospital to record the American servicemen who died at St James's in the end of World War I. And she didn't get any permission from anybody. She just went and did it, and then got somebody from the one of the military attachés from the American embassy to come down to help unveil it. Nobody's permission. She just thought it was the right thing to do, and she went ahead and did it. So Caroline will be much missed, and her funeral was attended by several councillors here, both present and former councillors, and she made an enormous impact, and her loss is great.
Again, a lovely woman, very fond memories. And finally, Colonel Bill Stevens, OBE, who was a former Chief Administration Officer for the City of Portsmouth for 10 years. Colonel Stevens also served in the Army and was the Queen's Messenger for 6 years. I understand that Councillor Madden would like to say a few words. Councillor Leo Madden, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and it's nice that I can stand here today and say a few words on behalf of Bill Stevens. The obituaries, of course, call him William Stevens, Colonel William Stevens, OBE, which he had, and of course we knew him either Colonel Bill or Bill. or that swine in the corner. Whatever, he was quite happy with anything you called him. He was a wonderful organiser and a very magnetic personality, actually. And he ran in those days, I think, when lots of people are running there, there was only him. He was called the Chief Administration Officer, and he had lots of duties, but including mainly Lord Mayor's office, which he ran very well and very professionally, I have to say. And we'll come back to the Leader of the Council, which I happen to be, and I see Dr. Burnett over there, where he was. It was Alan Gier in 94. And when we actually came to the D-Day 50 in 94, and VE and VJ in 1950, he was superb. You could not actually criticise anything he'd done. That was his forte. Everything was done with precision. Everything was done with professionalism. His funeral, unfortunately, was last Friday, which I couldn't make. But there is word there will be a memorial service somewhere, I hope, perhaps by the Hampshire Regiment. But I hope we'll all wish Bill well in his new place in heaven. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And on behalf of the Council, I'd like to express our sincere condolences at this difficult time and show respects for the 3 people that we've lost with a minute's silence. I'd like to hand over to the Dean, please. Dean, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. May I invite us all to stand and keep a minute's silence for these distinguished public servants, giving thanks for all they've contributed to our city. Father of all, we pray to you for Ken Elcombe, Caroline Scott and Bill Stevens, and all those whom we love but see no longer. Grant to them eternal rest. Let light perpetual shine upon them. May their souls and the souls of all the departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen.
Thank you, Dean. And again, you can stay as long as you wish. Thank you, members. Would you take your seats? Thank you. So, film for council proceedings. Just to remind everybody here, all the microphones are controlled by me. Members wishing to speak, they simply press the button and talk on the unit in front of them. I'll activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I'll also turn off your microphone. With regard to members of the public attending to address the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but it will hear your words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the council rules prohibit from filming, photography or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. Filming from gallery to gallery is also not allowed. Evacuation procedures, and just to remind you that and to inform you that the evacuation assembly point for this meeting is in front of the Queen Victoria's statue in the Guildhall Square. Dance Live, as you may be aware, Dance Live is taking place in the Guildhall this week, so there may be some background noise during the meetings. I'm going to hand over now to the City Solicitor.
There are 2 deputations received for this meeting, excluding the petition at item 6, and those will be dealt with as a separate part of that item. One in respect of item 8 and one in respect of item 9. The details have been circulated to the Chamber. Can I ask Mr Chris Pickett of Unison, the first deputation, to speak on the budget? Item at 8. You have 6 minutes, and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Hopefully all the members have received the paperwork that we emailed out, laying out some basic information. I am speaking on behalf of all three unions, Unison, Unite and GMB, as these are the main unions affected by the funding cut to trade union facility time and secondments. Some of the information which is not in that sent out to you was that in stark comparison, first of all, I would like to say as well, Unison, as with other unions, are opposed to all the cuts that take place within the council, and we would like to add our support in the deputation to keep Hanway Road surgery, which is vital to the local community. But back to my main topic, the 1.4 full-time equivalents which now exist for the trade unions in trying to represent approximately 4,000 employees is in stark contrast to 9.3 full-time equivalent HR practitioners and generalists who deal predominantly with casework. That is without business partners, HR manager, the people centre and admin staff, wellbeing practitioner, who the unions deal with on a regular basis at JOSIF, JCCs and so forth. Over the last 2 years, whilst experiencing these cuts, we have tried to work with the situation as it exists and have tried to implement the formation of joint consultative committees to enable working together with the authority. Also, you will see within the paperwork endeavoured to initiate equalities forum, accessibility passports for their employees so that it follows them round, so that they don't have to keep applying, and when new managers come in they have something which is a consistent a base for them to work on. However, this has come at a cost and expense to those secondments. One has gone on long-term sick with stress, and I'll be brutally frank, as one of those secondments, I cannot sustain the workload that is being piled up. And one of the things which is common to all the unions, because of the 10 to 12 years of austerity that have taken place, the fact that stress workload is now coming to the fore. Last year we increased membership by 400 members. Last month our membership went up by 12 new members, and we cannot sustain this workload. Because of that, as with the figures supplied to you, grievances will go up because we have not got the time to engage and try and overcome those problems before they go formal. Also, other formal actions will also follow. Within this 2 years that have taken place, we have seen only shortly avoided a strike of adult social care social workers over the issue of pay, which was predominated by actually bad practice. We have seen crises within children's and families with workload, the migration of social workers to other authorities due to that workload pressure, and also pay and added enticements. And we will aim to try and work with the authority to work with this. We have hopefully, I believe it's tomorrow or Thursday, initiated a joint consultative council with the head of service of children's and families to try and put forward ideas to stop that. Unfortunately, due to necessity, those sorts of things will have to stop. Also, the things that we are trying to work with the council, we, in line with union learning, our union learning reps, have provided workshops on stress management, stress awareness, on effects of the menopause, which affects 75% of your employees. Unfortunately, that will have to cease. And this is not because we want to butt heads with the council, but because we just will not be able to do this. We, like you, and hopefully you'll understand this, carry out our roles because we believe in them and we believe in what we're doing. But unfortunately, it will, if this situation carries on, lead to a period of decline in industrial relations at this council. Now, we are seeking an amendment to the budget to reinstate the funding to its previous level. We would suggest that that comes from the MTRS fund, if that is available. If not, in other ways, which we have not had time to actually look at the budget conclusively, but we would ask the councillors to look at other ways to do that. And one of the ways we would ask is possibly as a temporary measure for 2 years, whilst we look at ways with the leader and director of HR to try and find that funding to enable the positive approach which the new HR director has taken to industrial relations and to working together to alleviate some of the problems which will be arising in this authority.
Thank you. Sorry, your time's up, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett. Can I now call on Mr. Steve Bonner to speak on item 9? You have 6 minutes and a buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, councillors. I'm here to represent the Portsmouth Pensioners Association, and while our association sees there's much to support in the budget proposals, such as improving school buildings, although clearly the amount being put forward for this will not match the amount of cuts that have been imposed on over the last 10 years. We support adaptations to people's homes where they're needed. And of course the ring fencing of 2% of your council tax for social care we support, and of course essential flood defences. Because, as you'd expect, I'm here to highlight what the PPA sees as omissions in this budget. For instance, road safety and anti-poverty projects being placed on a reserved list. We'd see these as highly essential, and the council must be aware that 1/4 of children in Portsmouth and 1/6 of older people are shown to be living in poverty. I've figures produced by the Citizens' Advice for 2019. 8,265 people are eligible to claim pension credits, but apparently only 4,958 actually claim it. Is the council aware of why this is the case? Do people know about the credit, or are they too proud to claim it? Can I suggest that the council will have a campaign to raise awareness of this benefit and perhaps also provide assistance in making a claim? This isn't going to make anyone rich. It will merely raise the level of poverty nearer the benchmark, perhaps for this large number of people. The second point I wanted to make on this is, how can something as important as road safety be relegated to a reserve list? It's essential that both young and old are able to move around Portsmouth safely. The current traffic situation makes Portsmouth the second most air polluted area in the whole of the UK. There are several inner city London boroughs that have less polluted air than Portsmouth. I won't say enjoys. These figures were provided by the Independent newspaper, by the way. In the area of continued savings, I note that 1.2 million has been saved by the Portsmouth City Council since 2011-12. But this year a further 2.5 million will be saved and 7.2 million in the next 2 years. Now, to put that in another way, getting away from large numbers, that's £1,000 lost service for each household in the city. So much for an end of austerity. Now, while the PPA support the principle of rehabilitation and re-enablement, helping people live independent lives, and thereby saving the council £604,000, what we don't want to see is the burden shifted away from council responsibility onto family and friends and possibly neighbours. This may well mirror the fiasco that care in the community has become. The PPA will watch closely the spending on social care, most carefully to ensure there is no underspend on what is an already inadequate budget. My next point is on the council tax. Only 52% of properties in Portsmouth are fully taxed. And while clearly we support the reductions for single households, we should ask the council to look more closely at exempted properties. For instance, empty houses, houses under refurbishment, and of course, student accommodation multi-occupancy. Private landlords profit greatly from the situation while the council loses much needed revenue. And my final point, Lord Mayor, regarding poverty and hardship, many councillors have already recognised the abysmal treatment of WASPy women. Obviously, while the PCC can't alter the situation on pensions, we suggest that, as Durham Council has done, that Portsmouth extends the use of bus passes to those WASPy women born between December 1953 and November 54, a gesture that would show support in a very practical way. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. That brings us to the end of the deputation excluding the petition item. This meeting, could I ask those that have spoken now to retire from the deputation seating area? Thank you. Mr. Lang, not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
The other two.
The other two, yeah.
Thank you for your contributions, gentlemen. Number 5, appointments. I have not been notified of any for today's meeting. So number 6 is a petition. The council has received a petition about saving the Hanway medical practice as set out on the agenda. The council rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it will be debated by full council. The process will be by the lead petitioner. Mr. Bav Laley will give 6 minutes to present the petition. In accordance with the agenda arrangements, the administration will present its response to the petition via a proposer and a seconder. The petition and the administration's response motions will then be discussed by the councillors at normal rules of debate will then apply. So I will now deal with the petition as presented. Hand over to the City Solicitor.
Bold Lally, as the lead petitioner, to present your petition. You have 6 minutes to present the petition, and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go and at the end of your time. Thank you, Mr. Lally.
Councillors, thank you for another opportunity to address you on an increasingly urgent concerning the proposed closure of 2 GP medical practices in Portsmouth of the Hanway and Portsmouth groups. At the last meeting, I hope I gave insight into the potential threat to the primary care provision, well-being and safety of over 14,000 Portsmouth citizens as a provider of pharmacy to the local community. Today, I'm here to represent about 2,000 people who have signed a petition for your attention and another 1,000 signatories online that asks the partners of the Henway Group to consider every possible option to keep these sites open. To date, despite numerous requests by telephone, email, and in person over the past 3 months, we have been unable to secure a meeting for the partners of the Henway Group to hear proposals from interested parties they have not met before. To be clear, we have no objection to a merger. We have no objection to the Portstown Group as a highly successful primary care provider in the city. Our sole objection is the proposed closure of doctor surgeries without so much as a trial period to assess their sustainability. Especially Henway, with 14,000 patients, would be amongst the biggest in the city. There are patients who cannot manage public transport, cannot afford taxis, and do not have the health to walk an extra half a mile that you or I may be able to. I'm here to ask the Portsmouth City Council acknowledges our petition, and if it agrees with our request, writes an urgent letter to Portsmouth CCG expressing its support and concern. As a private enterprise, the partners of the Henway Group are within their rights to refuse to consider other options to the proposal they want. But as a government body, the Portsmouth CCG has a duty of care to ensure the protection and safety of the people of Portsmouth. I ask on behalf of all petitioners for you to please support our cause. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr. Lally. There are no more deputations on this item. Could I now ask you please to retire to the public gallery, if you wish, and stay there for the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, in respect of the mover and the seconder to propose a response from the administration to the petition, I've already received a signed notice from Councillor Willington, which I understand is about to be circulated. So I'm going to circulate that if everyone's happy for that. Give it 10 minutes to say. Yes. 10 minutes. Yes. Just give you 5-6 minutes to have a little read of that. Thank you very much, members. So if everyone's happy, we'll ask Councillor Willington to propose... Sorry, Councillor Weems, sorry.
Thank you. Having read the proposal by the administration, I believe I have a declaration of code of conduct interest to declare as I work for the NHS for the CSU, which is employed by the CCGs. I do not believe it to be clear or substantial in this instance, but I feel it right to inform the Chamber nonetheless.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're going over to Councillor Willington, who will where am I, sorry, vote? No, sorry. Willington to propose the administrations. Councillor Willington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I think for the benefit of, because obviously there may well be petitioners watching this meeting now, I'm actually going to read the response out as part of my response. So this is the administration's response to the petition, Save Hanway Medical Practice. The City Council welcomes the petition and shares the concern that local residents have about the loss of the Hanway Road surgery. The leader of the City Council, the Cabinet Member for Health, Wellbeing and Social Care, which is me, and representatives from the Clinical Commission Group and the City Council Property Team have met with the current partners at Hanway Roads and with a partner from Portsmouth Practice. Two of the current Hanway Road partners are retiring, leaving just 1.5 GPs for this practice. That's because one's part-time. They have attempted to recruit additional partners for several years, but they have been unsuccessful. Running the practice with just 1.5 GPs is not considered GP partners, is not considered safe by the practice or the CCG. Because they have not been successful in recruiting new GPs, the current system cannot continue. The City Council has offered to try to help by purchasing the current surgery, while the Portsdown Group have said they would not continue the use of Hanway Roads. They have, at my suggestion, indicated that they are willing to provide some primary healthcare services close to the current surgery. The City Council will work with them on this. Over the next 10 years, there is a looming problem of GPs working in Portsmouth. Many are coming up to retirement age, and as a Hanway practice has shown, it is difficult to recruit new GPs to come to work in some parts of the city. Therefore, the City Council will organise a three-way conference between the CCG on behalf of the NHS, GPs and the City Council to come up with a strategy to make sure GP services are provided across the city, especially in areas of deprivation. One thing is clear. NHS property services is seen by GPs as an obstacle to providing good health services. The City Council property team will therefore work with GPs and the CCG to see if the City Council can help preserve health provision in areas of the city. The first test of this will be establishing the right property ownership model of the John Pound Centre Surgery in Portsea to ensure the continued provision of community health services from this location, and we are now testing out a joint approach with the CCG, and a more direct relationship between practices and the council will work. So, my Lord Mayor, that's our response to the petition. That's our formal response. Just to add a few bits and pieces on that, obviously we had our notice of motion at the last meeting where we brought up about GP practices, including Hanway Roads, and the concerns that we have about sustainability of practices, especially with the lack of being able to get partners for GP practices in the city. And what has become very, very obvious in terms of the conversations we have had with the CCG and with GPs more broadly, is that the model that was brought in over 70 years ago for GP practices simply does not work anymore. And it is a real concern to me that this is a looming crisis that governments of all colours have known has been coming for the last 15 or 20 years, and they have done absolutely nothing at all to address the looming issue that we have. But we as a City Council are committed to working with GP's practices, working with the CCG, working with the primary care networks and other interested parties to try and make sure that we can, instead of coming to this at the end of the process, which unfortunately has happened in this case, that we can actually be doing a much more proactive role for the City Council in working on this. We will continue to have those conversations with the Hanway practice as it is pre their merger. The particular issue they have, which I think Mr Lally alluded to, and obviously we have managed to have meetings with the partners, and I understand he hasn't, is that none of the other interested GP practices, and there were 2 others I believe, were interested in providing services out of Hanway Road. So that would not be a place where services would be provided under any circumstances with any other practice if it wasn't Portsdown. Portsdown also said that if they were compelled to take on Hanway Road, that may actually make them not want to merge, and therefore the practice would then close, and then the patients would then have to be disposed of, effectively handed back to the CCG, and then they would have to go wherever they need to in the city. So that would be people who have no GP at all, they wouldn't just be moved on. So it's a very difficult situation. I do welcome the petition. I think it's important to raise this issue much more widely than has been done otherwise. But I stand by the administration's response, and I'll look forward to what people have got to say in the debate. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Willington. I understand, Councillor Vernon Jackson, you second that, do you? Yes? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Are there any amendments? First of all, I've got to do it right because I get told off here. Any amendments from anybody? No? Okay, so the matter is now before Council for debate. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the problem here has been rightly shared by Councillor Willington, that we didn't know at the City Council quite how difficult things were at Hanway Road until they had announced that they were closing and wanting to merge. But I think this has been very helpful in highlighting how big a problem we're likely to have in the city over the next few years if we don't do anything. So I think we need to work together across the city to try to make sure that we protect services. I have a real concern about what would happen in terms of withdrawal of services in areas of deprivation, which Buckland clearly is. Councillor Smythe and I were at the Health and Wellbeing Board last week, and all the assurances we have asked for from NHS England that when the Coliseum contracts were relet for NHS dentistry, they would be location specific, that they would have to provide services in Paulsgrove and Portsea. That hasn't happened. They've said that the services have to be provided either in the north or the south of the city. Now that probably means an existing dentist surgery will just absorb those people, and it means that in Portsea and Paulsgrove they will lose access to a dentist in their location. So I know Councillor Willington has today written to Councillor Atwell as Chair of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee to ask for an urgent meeting of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee to look at this and call NHS England in, because we have some powers and we should be using it to say to the NHS it is not acceptable to be withdrawing primary health services from areas of deprivation. But we need to do much more, in my view. At the moment, GP services are provided from 27 locations across the city, and we don't know which of those are at risk. So we need to sit down and do forward planning, not just react when GPs say, we've tried to recruit partners and we can't get any. We need to do this forward thinking about how we can make sure that there is a concrete plan in place to make sure that we're supporting primary health care providers to provide services across the city in all communities so that people have access to primary health care. The bit that I think we're able to do is around support in terms of buying buildings. There has been a problem with the John Pounds surgery in Portsea because the head lease is held by NHS property. So we are working with the partners there to make sure that we get rid of NHS property, and the relationship just is between the City Council and the GPs, and that will secure the GPs in that surgery in Portsea, which is really important, not just to the ward councillors, which I'm sure it is to them, but to everybody. So, Lord Mayor, I think there's a great deal of work that we'll need to be doing on this. It's an area that's going to be around for quite a long time. We're going to be needing to look at a new system of primary health care because, as Matthew says, Councillor Winnington says, the model produced in 1948, where doctors had a room downstairs in their house where people came to, is no longer fit for 2020. We have to move on. We have to provide something better. But if we don't get this right, and we're not able to protect primary care services in the city, then there'll be more and more people turning up at QA, at A&E, and that will be an enormous problem. So this is an area where we have to work, and I'm very grateful to Mr Lally, who is not here, but I'm very grateful to Mr Lally for bringing this to our attention, because this is an enormous problem. I don't think that now it's so far down the line that we're going to have a solution for Hanway Road. I wish we did, but I'm not sure we are. But this has been a really important early warning signal for all of us to make sure that we have a concrete plan to protect primary health care, particularly GP surgeries and dentists, in all the communities of the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm actually quite disappointed at the response from the administration. It's really quite a tepid response, because we've had a petition in front of us. All it's doing is asking us to express a view. All it's doing is asking us to say we would prefer the Hanway surgery to stay open. It's not saying that we can force it to stay open. It's not saying that we've got answers to difficult problems, but at least it's expressing an opinion that that is what should happen. And this response doesn't achieve that, and I'm quite surprised that it doesn't. I mean, we've obviously chosen not to put in an amendment. Now, this is for petitions, amendments are always very difficult because you don't know what the response is going to be. The only possible amendment anyone can put into any petition is delete and replace. And so we could have written our own completely different response. But I thought that it was highly likely that the administration's response would be something which we would be able to accept. But I think we will vote for it. But nonetheless, I think it should have been stronger than it is, because it doesn't achieve that basic thing of expressing a view on whether this surgery should close or not. Now, we've had talk about property services and the property model, and I would certainly say that NHS Property Services is not an effective organisation. It is worth noting, by the way, that in Plymouth, as part of a much wider deal with the NHS, that all the minor property services assets within their administrative area were transferred to the council. So obviously not the big ones, the hospital, things like that would be stupid, but the little bits and pieces dotted around. And I think that as at a national level, there could be logic to that model. Though it's also worth remembering that there are a couple of other things which weren't said. One is there is a national movement towards hubs and towards larger groups of patients and larger surgeries providing additional services, and the other is the difficulties provided by GP services providing their own property, because that means they get locked into a location, and the location becomes their primary consideration. It becomes their pension, almost their asset, and they are loath to consider other options, whether sensible or not, because they would take a hit on their commercial investment. So I do have, as I said, I do have some disappointment with this. And I'm a patient at Trafalgar, and so I sometimes get sent to Highland Road. I sometimes get sent to Osborne Road. It's no great problem. There's no great difficulty in having even part-time operations out of a certain location, and I think that's something which could at least be considered. And again, I mean, a stronger response here would have at least asked for that to be looked at. May well not have gone anywhere, but I don't read it that way. Well, I don't read it that way, because it's just an explanation of why the Portsdown Group are taking their position, and really that is for the Portsdown Group to advance. We're not us in terms of our representation of people. There was also talk about in the response about a three-way discussion between the council, the GPs, and the CCG, and I think the fourth group missing out of that is obviously residents, because residents' views aren't really directly into that, and if the council is acting in its sort of administrative capacity, these things don't necessarily come to the fore. So we've got patient representative bodies, we've got Health Watch, and so on. I mean, I think it will be helpful for them to have at least be consulted on this. And I also think actually there's a case for that for other political parties as well. I mean, we would certainly like to know what is going on, whether that's through Health and Wellbeing Board or for some other format. But I think it's good that we all have some information on this. So just to sort of summarise this really, so I'm going to support the response, but I think it could have been clearer and more direct. And part of the reason I wanted to speak early on is to give members of the administration, if they can make any assurances, and I appreciate people, some of the members have now spoken, but any further reassurances that could be offered to us on in other political parties, I would very much welcome that, and I hope to hear something further in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Carl Corkery. Councillor Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First, I'd like to start by welcoming the petition and thanking the petitioners for the hard work they put in gathering signatures and really doing the kind of community engagement that needs to be done around issues like this. They've kind of made efforts to go out into the community, speak to the people that are going to be most affected, find out the impact it's going to have on them, and then reflects that back. The Buckland area that the Hanway Road site in particular is based in, I'm sure will come to no surprise as anyone here, being one of the most deprived areas in the whole city, is in real need of good and easy access to health services. The more difficult we make it for people to access those health services, the less people will access those health services, and the people that end up not accessing them will be the people that need it most, and that's just going to create further problems down the way. I know the response that has been put forward is that, well, they're only going to be moved kind of maybe half a mile down the road to the Kingston Crescent site. Half a mile might not be much distance for people here, but actually if you've got limited mobility, if you've got other kind of health and social issues that prevent you from travelling those kind of distances, then that it is going to become a major issue. As ward councillor, we've engaged with the ward councillors. The group of us have engaged with the relevant stakeholders, particularly with local residents, trying to get the story on the ground of what's happening, what impact it's going to have on those people, particularly people that are living on the Buckland estate. Mostly council tenants. A lot of people are living there because of their health needs. They've been placed in council housing because they've come to the top of the waiting list, because they are sick or disabled and have been unable to access housing otherwise. I think what the point that was made earlier around patient engagement is a particularly important one, and that's something that I would like to see the council do a bit more on. I think there's definitely a role there to find out exactly who is being impacted by this and what they want, what the impact's going to be on their lives. I know that Health Watch can obviously play potentially a role in this, and that should then feed into the CCG decision. I think it's a mistake to accept that it's a done deal. It's not a done deal. The decision hasn't been made. There are kind of factors at play and reasons for the CCG to potentially not accept either the merger or the closure, both of which will be taken as separate items. As was discussed earlier, it may be that there is a legitimate reason for the practices to merge, but then it's a secondary decision then for the CCG to make about whether they approve the closure of the site. So it could well be that the sites are subsumed within the alternative group, but that the CCG requires services to be continued to be provided from those existing sites. And I'm not entirely sure that that is an avenue that has been fully explored, and would hope that it is going to be further down the line. So yeah, I mean, I welcome the response. I think it's got some strengths to it, particularly looking at the kind of wider systemic issues. This is an issue that's going to pop up again in future, so it absolutely makes sense to try and get a deeper understanding of where we're at as a city and what we can do in future. But I do think it is potentially not the right route to take to accept that it is a done deal that Hanway Road and I think the other side, Stubbington Avenue, will close, and there's nothing we can do about that. I think we need to be putting as much pressure as we can on the existing providers and the CCG to make sure that it is fully explores the options of ensuring that health services are continued to be provided on those sites.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on my list, I've got 4 people wanting to speak. Councillor Ashmore, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to add to the thanks to the petitioner, Mr Lally, and all the people who signed the petitions and brought it here today. It is an important subject. People that have been contacting me about it, I know it's not technically in my ward, but people in Fratton use it, and as Councillor Corkery has said there, it's something that people in the areas are really concerned about. And if you remember the last full council when we discussed this, I compared it to the current state of NHS dentistry in the area, where people are worried about where they're going to get their teeth looked after, their family's teeth looked after. They're running out of NHS practices there, and I said that was something that I'm pleased to see that the leader of the council, Gerald Jackson, MP Stephen Morgan, they've been all over that and looking for ideas on how to push forward with that. So this is comparable, in my opinion, to that. It's GP surgeries. They're the front line of our family's health. They are literally a lifeblood at some times. They can detect illnesses early, they can give advice on how to prevent illnesses, they can build up that relationship with your families, help calm our fears about things if we've, illnesses and stuff that's going on, which is very topical considering the news at the moment. So there's a real worry with Fratton and Charles Dickens residents over the future of Hanway Road surgery and where people are going to go. Because if you remember, Queen's Road surgery shut down and a lot of people transferred over to Hanway Road. Now people are saying, Hanway might be shut and you might have to go to Kingston Crescent to it, and that kind of worry that it's going to happen with GPs, like what happened with NHS dentistry around. So it's a real concern, and one I would urge people to keep campaigning on. I just want to, at the end there, just address Councillor Stubbs, who was on about it's not being it was a tepid response. It does say on the very first line that the City Council welcomes the petition and shares the concerns local residents have about the loss of it. So it does, it empathises with the petition that's been brought here, and it does say on the fourth paragraph down that the City Council has offered to try and help, and that Councillor Matthew Winnington's suggestion, they're going to keep, they're willing to provide some primary healthcare services, and the City Council will work with them on this. So I don't think it's as tepid as just ignoring the issue. It does express empathy with that, and it expresses empathy with the people who have brought the petition here. So I just wanted to add that to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Leo Madden. Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could I also welcome the deputation we had today, and which clearly says that we should look at all ways of keeping Hanway Road open. And can I also say that I welcome the statement from Councillor Winnington and Councillor Jackson, and particularly the things that they've done so far. It's all come as a bit of a rush, this. So almost immediately, the leader of the council and the chair or co-chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board went to meet people to see what could be done. And it says in Councillor Matt Winnington did say that what he had suggested was that Portsmouth should actually take over Hanway Road and run it, and they give a firm no to that. So I think that was a very interesting proposal to put forward, and it shows to me that, I am a bit concerned actually about the role of the CCG in this, because we had a HOST meeting on the 16th of January. We had a HOST meeting that was called an informal HOST meeting, i.e. it's not minuted. And we had this, because the CCG asked for this HOST meeting to talk about, and it was called the merger meeting. That's what it was called, that was on the agenda. So no looking at other options, no doing anything else, the merger meeting. I found it very unsatisfactory, but that's me, isn't it? Because I want the answer to straight questions, and I didn't get them on the day. And I'll go into that in a minute. We had this informal meeting because CCG couldn't make it. because we actually had the HOSP meeting on the 30th of January. When they decided, they only had 9 months' notice that this meeting was going to take place, but somehow or other they couldn't make it. But what we agreed at HOSP, which I think is important, is that the papers that they gave us at the informal meeting will now be added to the minutes of that meeting, so they're in the public domain, so that people can actually know what the proposals are, or not. Now, what we were presented with was what's called a merger flow chart. Now, not only were we presented with it, we were taken through it. I have an O-level in English, and I can understand these things, and I get it in advance, and therefore I don't know if I'm taken through it, but it was actually an exercise, I believe, in wasting time. That's what it was all about, wasting time with the CCG. Now, can I also say this, that I am a patient of Kingston Crescent, which was part of Portsmouth. And I asked the question about, because consultation is taking place, rightly so, with the patients in Hanway Road, but not with Kingston Crescent patients. And why is that? Because the CCG did not have a formal request for Hanway Road to close down. Isn't that amazing? It reminds me of a story I read when I was about 15 or 16, when I was a teenager, and somebody goes into a jail, and one of the prisoners has been beaten up. And this is confirmed with the prisoner. Goes to the governor complaining about it. Governor shuffles a bit of paper and said, "Oh, nothing I can do." Why is that? He hasn't put in a complaint. So this is what we get. This is what we get. And who's actually in the driver's seat on this one? CCG? No, the City Council. And it's good that they are, but actually the responsibility lies with the CCG. Yeah? They are constrained in some ways, I accept that. But if you look over the years, there was some mention, and Gerald mentioned some other surgeries, but in 13-14, we had 27 surgeries. In 1920, that was down to, we had 31, and it was down to 2020 to 27. And this is with a rising population. So we've seen surgeries go down, and the number of surgeries go down, and obviously GPs. Now, I accept there's a national problem with the recruitment of GPs, and there's a local problem with the recruitment of GPs, but that doesn't mean that people shouldn't be proactive and come up with various things that need to be done. Councillor Winnington says at the very end that we're going to call some sort of conference to look to the future. Again, why are we calling that conference? Why is it the CCG who are calling that conference? We are not bystanders, I accept that, but nevertheless, we have an important point, as Mr. Laddie, important point to play, as Mr. Laddie says, in relation to the well-being of our citizens. If they actually merge, right, and no doubt I'll be consulted at some stage, but we're right against the wire on this one. It's only a month or two to go before actually Hanway Road will close. And I state that now, it's going to close. There's nothing will stop it closing. And then what will happen is, in my judgment, I'll differ from Michael, it will merge with Kingston Crescent, no matter what the result. There is no alternative. I've looked all around Buckland area and Kingston Road there to see if there's anywhere for any feasible place to go, and there isn't. Now, Kingston Crescent is hardly, the surgery itself has difficulty dealing with its own clientele. And there's going to be 14,000 more patients added there. And we were told they could probably expand. Well, there's nowhere to expand to. It's surrounded by private land. They maybe go upwards, but how long would that take? And of course, they're constrained as well, because adjacent, and you can walk into his website, is a chemist. There's Roland's chemist on the same site. So I find this very frustrating, I must say. I find it frustrating that at the very beginning, that Hanway Road didn't say many months beforehand, because they knew that people were going to retire, that this was going to happen. And I also find it frustrating to go to a meeting on the 16th of January, months afterwards, be told they haven't made a formal request, and therefore there's not much we can do. It's a sad state of affairs, Lord Mayor, but I know we'll back the petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Terry Norton. Councillor Norton, please.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I think on this we've got to be careful in terms of conflict not to involve the CCG or worry about the CCG too much, because my understanding is that it's driven by GPs, and I think there's probably a bit of a conflict within that. I do thank the deputies and the organisers of the petition for bringing it to us, but the main thing here for me is going back on what the Leader of the Council said about working together to do this across the city, and it's that working together that I really do think we need to get on record and be clear about. So we haven't got the usual situation where the Lib Dems smile, nod, agree, and then keep everybody in the dark. Let's work together. Let's include the Labour Party. Let's include the Conservative Party. Let's include the Progressive Party, so that we are working on this together, not using this as a political football to kind of write literature and try and own it. Let's do what's right for the people who need this surgery to stay open, not leaving people in the dark and turning to Twitter to take shots at opposition parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully support the petition and I support the motion. I think it would have been very good to see in the paragraph about the future, the strategic future, mention of the innovations in GP organisation across the country, of which we have a very good example in Gosport. The Willows surgery in Gosport now serves, I think, most of the population on the island and is actually run by a health trust, the Southern Health Trust. And for many GPs, young GPs coming out of medical school, that is the model of the future. They don't want to spend their time looking after the contracts for receptionists or while the gutter's overflowing is the roof working. They want to be doctors. And they want to be doctors in a hospital trust structure where they can dip in and out of GP work and do specialist work and have, frankly, a better career than jobbing private small-scale GPs have had in the past. So I do hope that one of the things that you will do is involve Solent Healthcare Trust in your deliberations, because I think that employed GP model is the one that we will all wish we had supported now when it becomes the primary way of employing GPs rather than the existing way that we do it now in 20 years' time. So I hope you, the administration, will include Solent very quickly in the discussions and look towards having a similar service as Gosport has, which I think has proved very successful in allowing greater access as well as serving one of the smaller, one of the more deprived populations in Hampshire extremely well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I've got one more councillor on here before we sum up. Councillor Hunt, please.
Right, thank you, Lord Mayor. Excuse me for if I talk quietly or loud. I'm never quite sure what I'm saying nowadays because of my hearing a bit. So, for those people who don't know, I've lost my hearing somewhat. Lord Mayor, I love my Conservative colleagues, and I love my Labour colleagues. I love you, Lord Mayor. I love everybody in the room. I love GPs. I love everybody here. But it has to be said, and I'm always interested when Councillor Stubbs and indeed Councillor Norton do their duo thing, and they stand up, and today we see the response from the Liberal Democrat administration running the council, which is a positive response and has been welcomed by everybody so far. But Councillor Stubbs says it doesn't go far enough. Well, of course it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't go not nearly far enough. And I agree with Councillor Norton when he says, let's do what's right and keep these GP surgeries open. The trouble is it doesn't go far enough, and we can't keep the GP surgeries open. It's quite straightforward. There are not enough GPs in this country. And that has been going on since a long time now, but I've just looked up some figures from the Nuffield Trust, and they say, this is a report in May 19, for the overall number of GPs who have kept pace with the number of people in the UK since 2014, we would have needed 3,400 more GPs. And this has happened under a Conservative government. So, Councillor Norton, beg your pardon. Well, it's true, Councillor Norton. I know you can look at your time and say, how long did that take him? But that, sorry, through you, Lord Mayor, is completely true. It might be difficult for our Conservative councillors because they're not running the government. I get that, but it is their party. And the Conservative government are overseeing this reduction in the number of GPs. And I'm sure this is debated quite widely in Parliament as well. So the net effect of the fewer GPs means that more GPs are having to work harder and longer hours. So they're looking for perhaps sometimes easier places to go and work. And we know one here that's recently moved away, and other very good GPs who have gone or have given up. So this is the real problem. It is the failure to invest in GPs. It is a failure to invest in the NHS for such a long time. We can go on about the bureaucracy and how we're going to have conferences about keeping this particular surgery going. I think Councillor Madden is right. It will all migrate up to North End. But what Mr. Lally said was true too. He said that some people can't make that extra mile. They can't even walk an extra half a mile. And that's completely true. So more people are going to be isolated back in their homes. So this will require more GP visits to their homes, putting yet more work onto GPs. This government, this Conservative government, needs to invest properly into the NHS, and our colleagues here can try and deny what is flatly the truth. The fact is there is a lack of investment in the GP services. The GP services are at breaking point. It's taken me 5 weeks to see my GP soon. I went to the walk-in centre last month. I arrived, I waited for 4 hours, was then told I had to go home because I was so overwhelmed with the number of people who had been referred there from GPs. They are absolutely overwhelmed at the walk-in centre. Now, if we get coronavirus here, what will then happen? Those services will become even more overburdened. It is a lack of investment by the Conservative government in GP services and the NHS more widely that is a reason for these GP surgeries eventually closing.
Thank you, Councillor Hunter. I noticed Councillor Hockaday came in. Have you got anything to declare, Councillor Hockaday? And welcome, by the way.
No, I don't have anything to declare.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I thought we'd finished, but we've got Councillor Robert New. Councillor New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't going to speak. And I appreciate this is a complex situation, but actually something that Councillor Madden said kind of rung true with me, especially in relation to the CCG, and I think he's absolutely right. I think that we should expect better from our local CCG. There are a lot of very powerful, very well-paid people within that organisation who have the power to do a lot of good, and it seems to me that there's a lot of lunacy and red tape around some of the decisions. And I, myself, over the last couple of years, have had real problems trying to get in contact and nail down people there to be able to work proactively around various issues in healthcare, etc. And least of all, dare I say, it brings me back to issues around mental health. And I think that GPs are often the very first port of call for a lot of our residents here. And knowing that the way that we work with the CCG, I think that we should expect better from them, and metaphorically we should put a boot to their neck and we should demand more from them.
Thank you, Councillor New. So we've got nobody else to speak, so can I now ask Councillor Willington, the proposer, to sum up, please. Councillor Willington, please.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. And thank you for everyone who spoke. Obviously, this is a very difficult situation. I think this is one of the frustrating things about being a local council, in that in some areas, much to my chagrin, we are impotent when it comes to things like this, especially when we don't get told about them until very, very late. And one of the things I would love to do is effectively repatriate health services to a much more local level. So that's something to take back. Perhaps some of our Conservative colleagues to their party, and also obviously for your MP and also Councillor Morgan as MP for Portsmouth South within Parliament as well, to work to try and get local decisions actually be made locally and having a statutory process put in place. However, we don't have a statutory process, so that's why we've come up with this process that we've set out in this motion, in this petition response. I think I'm just going to come back straight away to Councillor Stubbs's response, which I was slightly surprised about. And not least because we made, at the last council meeting, it was indeed a motion done by myself and Councillor Vernon Jackson together. It said, and it's in the minutes of in our agenda today, the City Council therefore opposes the closure of these doctors' surgeries, which is Hanway Road and Devonshire Road. And we will therefore contact local MPs and the Secretary of State for Health to lobby for the funding and staffing to keep these surgeries open. So we do oppose them. But the point is, Councillor Stubbs, that things move on very quickly. So rather than talking about, oh, it would be lovely to keep these things open, and we do, of course we oppose it, but it's about being practical and practical responses. I do think it's I absolutely accept the cross-party working. I think the point is the meetings we've had, because it has been moving fast-paced, has been very much about what can the council do as a council administration. I think certainly for what we've put in our response in terms of the conference and getting people together, that would certainly be all parties on the council. And I certainly do take on board as well Councillor Corkery about residents. I think we'd probably do that in a different way, because some of the things we'd be doing at a council level would be very much effectively negotiations and how we can do things, but certainly in ways that we can support our community is important. What I've got up, and I did mention this at the last council meeting, so if anyone can see, this is shape. This shows the heat map for all the GP surgeries in the city. So this happens to be Hanway Road. So you can see the purple, the darker it is, the more it is. And Hanway Road is the number 2 at the centre. That is available. I would really encourage any members of the council to go and see Matt Gumson and his team, have a look at shape, and have a look at where your surgeries in your areas have their patients coming from. Because that can be a really good informative way of you being able to say, hang on a minute, I didn't realise that surgery is taking up a lot of people from these particular places. If that goes, then we're going to be in real trouble. And then that also means that when we go back to talk to, as we suggested with Portsdown practice and had that conversation, at the moment there are no outstations for any GP surgeries anywhere in the city. There's nowhere they go and do clinics in anywhere. It just doesn't happen. As long as they can get CQC backing, Care Quality Commission backing, they can do it anywhere in the city. So one of the things we're looking at, if Hanway Road, the building closes, is that we have a housing office literally 50 metres from there that we could possibly have some clinics in with local GPs. We have other places we could use as well to make sure those people in that area of Buckland can have services, primary care services on an ongoing basis. The most important thing is, this is our wake-up call. I agree with Councillor Madden, it would have been great if things had been done via the CCG and via other services as well, way before. But we're taking this on as a council. But once again, I just want to thank Mr Lally and everyone who signed the petition. It's really brought it to a head. I just want the best, we all want the best healthcare for all our people in the city, and I really hope this can be a catalyst for making things better in the future. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winnington. So now, members, we're going to go to the vote for those in favour of the proposal for the administration's response. So can I ask all those in favour, would they please show? Any against, members? No, that's unanimous, and thank you very much. So
So now thank you. So that concludes item 6. So now we're going to item 7, which is any urgent business. So I haven't been notified of any urgent business for today's meeting. Now we're moving on to agenda items 8 and 9. 8 and 9 to receive and consider the Council Tax and Capital Programme recommendations of the Cabinet from the meeting held on the 4th of February 2020. Members, as previously circulated and recirculated in the Chamber today, are the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 4th of February at the budget reports. So the relevant budget reports were circulated with the Council agenda. Further to the letter of the 3rd of February on the procedure for dealing with the budget debate, I will now run through the Cabinet's recommendations by calling out the minute numbers, pausing for any member objections. Minute 13, Portsmouth City Council Budget and Council Tax 2020 to 21 and Medium-Term Budget Forecast. Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. So, item 14, do you want to
Well, you know, thought we might have a little chat.
Minute 14, Capital Programme 2019-2020 to 2024 and 25. Another one? Okay. So I now propose... I now propose the capital programme and the budget of the council tax items to be taken and debated together on the basis that each item impacts on the other and on the understanding that the budget and the council tax will be voted on first, followed by the capital programme. Is that all agreed, members? Agreed. Right. As objections have now been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, will need to move his Cabinet's recommendation on the budget and council tax and capital programme. Just to remind members, the speaking limit does not apply to group leaders on these budget items. Leader, I now call upon you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Happy to move the recommendations.
Is that seconded? Seconded by Councillor Steve Pitt. I now call upon the leader. So I now call upon Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, colleagues, it's my pleasure to move the Council's revenue budget for 2021 and the forecast for the financial year 2021 to 2023-24 and the capital budget for the financial years 2019-20 to 2024-25. Lord Mayor, this is an ambitious budget and it's the greenest budget the City has produced and it's a prudent budget building a long-term sustainable financial future for this City Council. This budget builds on the various areas of work the City Council has been involved in to try to make the Council one of the greenest in the country. As a Council, we have committed to become carbon neutral by 2030 and to address the climate emergency in a real way. This work will inevitably evolve over time, but instead of waiting until everything is in place, we've got a whole range of different initiatives in this budget, which means this is our greenest ever budget at the City Council. Our priorities are the planet, the people, and addressing some of the long-term issues that the Council faces that others may not have addressed. Right at the start, let me thank Chris Ward, Julian Pike, and all the members of the City Council Cabinet for the work they put in to creating this budget. Lord Mayor, we heard in the deputation from the Pompey pensioners about cuts. I have to say the £2.5 million savings target has been found 99% without cuts. 99% has come from efficiencies and extra income, and that's been wonderful. My Lord Mayor, in the 16 years I've been doing budget speeches here, I can never remember a time when we've had fewer cuts to look at. I know several people have said that this is going to be an easy budget. I can expect some people who will say that in this budget we're avoiding cuts because the government has given us, this council, extra money. Someone with a superficial financial knowledge might think that. But anyone with a firm grip of financial realities will understand that while the government gives with one hand, they take with another. Now,
let's hear the leader, please. I want to hear every leader. Let's hear each other first. Thank you.
I'm pleased that at long last all parties in the UK have recognised the terrible state of both adults and children's social care funding, and that the cuts to these services over recent years have been severe and impossible to deliver. I'm pleased that at long last the government have recognised that councils need additional money for this. There is a £1 billion for the social care fund, but the costs that this need to cover is over £4 billion. So we're still waiting over 1,000 days for the Green Paper on social care that the government promised to deliver in March 2017. Within the budget papers, colleagues will have seen that the government is producing £3 million more for the City Council for social care. But before we all start cheering, let's look at the reality of the situation. The budget papers also show that the pressure in money we need to find for adults and children's social care is £6 million. The papers also show that the government is removing £1.5 million from Portsmouth by winding up the business rates retention scheme. So in reality, the government is just giving us £1.5 million. Of this, £700,000 is from inflation rise on business rates. So in reality, the government is giving us extra money to be able to fix the social care problems, but it's only £800,000 towards the £6 million costs that we have to address. Some would say this is a sticking plaster to cover a gaping wound, and the City Council will be expected to find the rest of the money from our own resources. This means we start from a position of minus £5.2 million when we find to balance the budget and put the required money into both adults and children's social care. Linked to this is the need to tackle the long-term funding crisis in children's social care. 2 years ago, when the Lib Dems took over the council again, we found that the children's social services budget we inherited was being exceeded by £7 million a year. The budget was just wrong in this area, and it didn't realistically show the costs that the council had to fund in the number of children in care. Last year in the budget, we found an additional £4 million to put into this service, and this year an additional £3 million. This means that over 2 years we found the additional £7 million for our children's social care. We now have a responsible level of funding for the most vulnerable children living in the city. Probably no one in the city will notice this, and this money could have been spent on things residents would notice and like, but we've got to do what is right for the most vulnerable children in the city. I'm proud that Lib Dems are making the long-term correct financial decisions to care for children who cannot live at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard from the Pompey pensioners about empty properties and about council properties. I'm sorry they've left. Colleagues will know that we've already introduced council tax at the highest possible level for empty properties, and also that while we do not receive direct funding from student accommodation, the government formula does give us additional funding to compensate for the lack of funding coming because of student homes. This funding into children's social care helps to demonstrate why it's so important that this council, along with councils around the country, continue to keep the pressure on government to deliver the Green Paper on social care. We need to make sure that there is proper funding available for the services that are so important to the most vulnerable in our community. But, my Lord Mayor, this is the greenest budget this council has ever seen. The commitment to roll out the food waste recycling across the whole city should see at least 10,000 tonnes of food waste a year taken out of the incinerator and recycled, and it's a key commitment for us. This September we'll be rolling out the food waste recycling scheme in new areas of the city, in Wimmering, in Cosham, in Lamport and Buckland, in Southsea and Milton, and in September 2021 to the whole city when the new waste contract is let. And let me be clear, I would welcome an in-house bid for the waste collection contract if that bid is competitive. The anaerobic digester we will build will not only be available for Portsmouth to use, but to others. The Isle of Wight truck their food waste to Basingstoke. Just think how much fuel we could save if it just went to a site closer by. In addition, there is waste from Havant, Fareham, Gosport, East Hampshire and Chichester. If we're to confront the climate emergency, we can't just think about Portsmouth, we've got to think wider. The site that we've chosen is right next door to the gas main, and one of the huge advantages we have is we're able to pump the gas direct into the gas main to be able to reduce the dependence on fossil fuels. We're investing in wind turbines and electric vehicles at the port. We're looking at work so the ferries and cruise ships can plug into the mains when berthed so they don't run their engines. We will reduce air pollution at the port to help take us to the point where Portsmouth becomes the UK's first carbon neutral port. It's important that we ensure that our port is able to continue to have the investment required to help it meet its carbon neutral target. The port contributes millions of pounds into the council's coffers to support local services. By investing, we also help them grow. The objective is to triple the number of cruise calls to 120 a year in just 3 years' time, and that means investing in a new terminal extension, additional dredging, and the possibility of a sky bridge. And we can see the way in which this is being welcomed. Saga Cruises will be naming their new ship here in Portsmouth on August the 19th. The first time a South Coast port has had such an honour away from Dover and Southampton. To further promote our green agenda, we're also investing in low traffic neighbourhoods, a massive extension of the park and ride scheme, electric charging points for on-street charging of cars, in greening the city, in neighbourhood and street improvements, to secure cycle racks on terraced streets and to green walls. We will work with groups, businesses and communities across the city to deliver these things and look for further opportunities to do more. All of these things speak of an ambition to make Portsmouth one of the very greenest cities in the UK. The issue with social care funding and the huge issue of climate emergency are just two of the many long-term issues this administration is tackling. The budget is also ambitious because it's investing in Portsmouth. The measures we're bringing forward will inject life, work and activity back into the city centre, with the investment in co-working space in the Cascades. But also see us invest in our cultural industries, which are the fastest growing part of the economy for employment. Our loan to the King's Theatre of £3 million will see the entrance to the stalls reinvented, new catering space to generate income, new disabled access and new rehearsal space. As part of the new partnership with the Kings, the Trust will ultimately take on the full repairing lease of the building to save the City Council from future costs. Here in the Guildhall, the money released will see a new foyer and box office, a refurbishment of the first floor to become a better conference facility and allow the Guildhall to access additional external funding to create a new dining facilities on the edge of the building to again drive income and make the Guildhall financially viable in future years. These projects have undergone and will continue to undergo detailed financial testing and will be reviewed closely to make sure that they achieve their targets. Having a culturally vibrant city means Portsmouth becomes more and more attractive for location for companies to relocate to. My Lord Mayor, I've already talked about how this administration has worked to ensure that our social services have the funding they need within the constraints of government allocation. I want now to go into some detail about some of the measures we've been able to support to improve services we've delivered. The prudent budget will see an extra £3 million put into children's social care this year and build on the £4 million from last year to make a total increase in £7 million. And this will address the rise in the number of children in care. This is a national issue and one that is crippling other councils. Here in Portsmouth, we've planned for this and are taking the necessary steps. We have had consultation with people too, who are consultants looking in this area, to look at our children's social services budget and to the way in which it operates. And we have accepted each and every one of their recommendations. We've also been proactive. We would like more of children to be looked after by Portsmouth City Council foster carers and in this local area. Out-of-city placements can be hugely expensive and miles from home. So we've identified £1 million to invest in the homes of our foster carers to make them bigger or produce the adaptations to make it possible for children with severe needs to be cared for. This should reduce our ongoing costs and be better for children who need our care and support. If there is more than £1 million needed, Chris Ward has said that more will be available because it pays back to the City Council so fast in reduced costs. That wasn't in the written bit of the speech, was it, Chris? In adult social care, we as a Lib Dem administration are addressing the £3 million overspend by finding this money and building this into the base budget. Across the nation, the NHS is in crisis because the government has chosen not to invest in social care. Here we won't do that. So the new models of care working we have done means we're seeing plans for a 60-bed extra care home for those with dementia being planned for Cosham. I'll now move on to education. All councils are struggling with how to cope with increased pressure from children with special educational needs. The recent Ofsted inspection in special education needs was one of the very best in the country. I'm pleased that work has been recognised both nationally and locally by putting Portsmouth at the leading edge of this work. To build on that work, there is a commitment to find £4 million to build additional classroom spaces for children with special educational needs and an additional £400,000 for home-to-school transport. Another long-term issue this administration is tackling is giving people in the city homes they can afford and tackling the scourge of homelessness. I'm really pleased there's been so many initiatives working towards this. When we were faced with the evidence that Horatio and Leamington House were built of substandard concrete, there could only be one answer for us. After Grenfell Tower, how could we ask our tenants to stay in a building we knew had inherent risk? We therefore took the difficult but right decision to say these towers had to be vacated. I know others in this council have different views, but our first duty as a landlord is to make sure our residents are safe, and this is what we've done. We have been absolutely clear that we will redevelop the site to re-provide the same number of social housing units or more where these two blocks are currently located. 6 years ago, when we left the administration and Conservatives took over with votes from both Labour and UKIP councillors, we left a pipeline of council house building. I'm really pleased that the Conservative administration continued that and completed that project. My thanks to Councillor Steve Weems for his work in this, a Conservative with a real understanding and passion for social housing. We're committed to building new council houses at rents that people can afford. Indeed, over 20 months in power, we've seen more council homes completed than the entire 4 years of the Conservative administration. However, we must do more, and that's why I want to see the biggest programme of new council housing the city has seen for a generation. Some of these homes will be built, but the nature of the city means that many will have to be bought. This year alone, the council has bought back more council homes than in the previous 3 years put together. And next year, we're even more ambitious. We are continuing our policy of making sure that homes are available for people who are on the waiting list and people at risk of homelessness. We've also taken measures to deal with homelessness in all its forms. That is why this budget puts forward £1.5 million to help us get people facing homelessness out of bed and breakfast accommodation. Trying to bring up a family in bed and breakfast accommodation is just terrible. We're also providing extra night beds and longer opening nights at our night shelter, and our Navigator scheme is seeing long-term homeless residents find permanent homes. In addition, Albion House in Somerstown is being built. It will provide 23 flats to get families out of bed and breakfast, and it was great that the topping out ceremony was so successful. We've plans to build 76 flats on the Shop Mobility site on Arundel Street. Most of these flats will be for families on the housing waiting list. We're looking to convert Hilsea Lodge into housing for homeless families to get them away from bed and breakfast so that parents can at least cook for their children and be able to have access to a washing machine. Moving on, Community Safety has identified additional mobile CCTV cameras as a major step in crime prevention. Between this budget and the portfolio reserves, we've identified over £120,000 to invest in these crime prevention cameras. We've also have funding to keep the increased number of community wardens active in the city for another year. Transport is the essential lifeblood of the city. We have an integrated transport policy, and whilst the government seems to announce a new fund every day, we cannot spend all our time just jumping from one government announcement to another. We have to have a long-term plan to address the city's transport problems. I'm really hopeful that our huge bid into the Transforming Cities Fund will get a successful conclusion next month. Our investment in more ways to walk and cycle through the city are bearing fruit, and the investment in the hugely increased park and ride must be welcomed by all. Just investing in things residents can see will not make the city work effectively. There has to be money for the frontline services, but there needs to be money to make these things happen as well. The City Council's IT has been woefully neglected in recent years. In an era when protecting people's personal data is vital, not only for their safety but for the ongoing business of running the council, this need to invest in IT has to be addressed. We're having to spend hundreds of thousands of pounds supporting systems that are at the end of their lives and in sometimes beyond the ends of their lives, and we have to do better. So I make no apology for the investment of over £3 million in updating our IT. Let's be clear, this will not solve our problem, but it will mean that we can keep as many IT systems safe, secure and operational and be able to embrace a digital future. Likewise, in the maintenance and the buildings the City Council operates from and owns, we've decided to invest over £3 million to stop the rot and make sure buildings are safe and secure. We've continued the programme of investment in the city, owned properties, and that has been part of the City Council's strategy for many, many years. Whether that's been in the ferry port, the tax office at KG5 or at Whitelink, this has brought revenues to the city. We've continued this and invested in properties to make the City Council financially independent of government, but we've made the biggest investment in Lakeside, which continues to have very strong demand from tenants. For us, investing in Portsmouth is key and takes priority over buying a Waitrose in Somerset. We have tried to make sure that this budget was constructed in an open and transparent way. We've been out to consultation with the public and got the largest ever response from them. I wrote to all councillors to ask for their ideas for this budget, and my thanks to Councillor Udi, who has talked to me about their plans from her group. I think some of them are interesting, and I've been able to take some of them on board. The unions have written to us to argue that the cut of £37,500 in their budget to employ staff means they cannot perform their duties, and that this actually costs the City Council money. I'm happy to make a commitment to find this money and to reinstate this funding for 2 years to see if the claim from the unions is true and if this does make the City Council run better and cheaper. After 2 years we should know, and we'll find the funding from this from Portfolio Reserve. I've also looked into the suggestion of additional support could be tailored towards supporting adults who are transitioning between genders, and we're very happy to support this. I understand that what we need to provide is a safe space and facilitators, and we'll find the funding to make this happen. I'm also very conscious that a common feature in all the families who receive help from the Troubled Families Programme is domestic violence. I'm therefore supportive of funding an extra post in this service, and again we found the money to do this for 2 years from the Portfolio Reserve to allow us time to see how this can be funded in the future. And I hope that these 3 commitments will be minuted and appear within the minutes of this meeting. The Portsmouth People's Progressive Party have found additional income for these suggestions from removing posts from within HR. I'm very happy to look at this, but I'd like to do so in more detail than we currently have had time to do so over the last couple of days. So I don't want to propose any changes today. I'm very conscious of the £281,000 that the HR department are now bringing in by selling their services to other organisations, but I'm happy to look at this and how this area of the council is constructed in the future to see if it can be done better. Although not part of the budget discussions, at the last council meeting, colleagues raised the issue of the removal of the cap in day care costs for adults with learning disabilities. We were told of a family who were paying over £500 a week towards these daycare costs. The administration said at the time that we'd be happy to make a commitment to look at this, and on condition that the legal opinion confirmed the implementation of such a cap is not discriminatory in law, and that clients with a protected characteristic will not be determined to have been treated unfairly. We think we can find funding from the Portfolio Reserve to reintroduce a cap to all adults receiving day care of a limit of £250 a week, therefore halving the cost of the families mentioned in our last meeting, and this will cost £16,000 a year. The budget is set in a prudent way. It recognises government plan to change funding from councils in future years may well see funding move from poorer areas like Portsmouth and more government money given to richer areas like Fareham and Winchester. It recognises that City Council needs to keep sensible reserves and maintains them at £20 million. But it does recognise that because of prudent financial planning, in future years we're able to reduce the target of savings down from £2.5 million to £1 million per annum. And I look at some of our colleagues around, and I think they would look at us with some envy. I think colleagues in Southampton, the leader of the council, is having to find £7.5 million of savings, and the leader of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, £15 million of savings. Really tough targets. So this budget recognises that we've had a £6.9 million windfall from the triennial review of the pension scheme, but this may well be temporary and means that we're budgeting to lose most of that in future years. My particular thanks to Councillor Cal Corkery for bringing back £6.9 million to the City Council on his role as somebody on the Pension Committee. Now, Cal, every year now we're going to expect you to bring another £6.9 million back, and any less than that will be viewed as something of a failure. But in all seriousness, actually making sure that the Council's, the Hampshire-wide pension scheme is properly funded has been a really big pressure on our budgets for many, many years, not only because we have to fund current employees, but because there's been a historic shortfall. Luckily, the triennial review has looked at that historic shortfall and decided that no longer exists, and that means that pressure on our budget has been removed. Finally, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to report the City Council's Director of Finance has said about this budget. In the budget report he says, the proposed budget for 2021 is a financially balanced, robustly based and provides sufficient cover for anticipated and potential financial risks within the year. Furthermore, the overall financial health of the Council currently remains sound, providing a good degree of resilience against an uncertain future. My Lord Mayor, I could leave the budget speech at that. This is an ambitious, green, prudent and Liberal Democrat budget, and I think it's right that we remember where we could have been. Last year we debated whether the City Council should continue to pour money into Victory Energy. We as Lib Dems were uncertain of the business case of the company. Since then, 16 small energy companies have gone bust, and the two big council energy companies that mostly closely resemble Victory Energy are in terrible trouble. While Bristol Energy has racked up losses of £38 million and is expected to be closed down later this year, Robin Hood Energy in Nottingham is in no less bad a position. In October, it announced that they'd failed to pay £9.5 million for green initiatives because they didn't have the money. And on a recent visit to Nottinghamshire, I'm told it's an open secret that Robin Hood Energy will be closed down in the near future. The losses both Bristol City Council and Nottingham City Council have suffered will have to be paid for by the residents of those cities, and we're all now clear that the Lib Dem decision to shut down Victory Energy has saved the City Council many millions of pounds. We have just got to ask ourselves what this budget would have been like if we'd had to fund huge losses from Victory Energy. As Lib Dems, we took the financially prudent decision to shut it down and direct the money into this greenest ever budget. So today we could have been in a very different position. Instead of a budget with almost no cuts, we could have been looking at millions more in cuts. The questions we have to ask our Conservative and Labour colleagues is where would you find those additional cuts from? What services would you have cut? Would it be children of the city who have suffered, or the elderly and the infirm? Would you have stopped recycling or cut public transport? Luckily, for the people of the city, the Lib Dems stepped in with some common sense and saved the City Council from this peril. This budget is ambitious, prudent and green and builds on our record of financial common sense. I commend this budget to the Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Hooper, welcome. Have you got anything to declare at all, Councillor?
No declarations, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. So now I call upon the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Jones, to respond without a time limit, and any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Can I also remind members, please, let's hear Councillor Jones, please. Thank you very much. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Oh, it's very, very tempting to go straight into retaliation, but I'm going to stick to my script and I will retaliate at the end. So, Lord Mayor and members of the City Council, today I'm pleased to propose to you the Conservative Group financial proposals, our revenue budget and capital amendment for the financial year covering the 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021. Today I'm going to formally propose on behalf of the Conservative Party, first of all, the removal of the first £30 permit charge for residents parking to end the tax on motorists following the huge increase in the number of schemes being bulldozed across the city. Until this council is serious about offering people an alternative to the car, i.e. high quality, cheap public transport, the tax on motorists is unfair and the Conservatives will end this in 12 weeks' time if we take back control of the council. The government has announced £5 billion worth of funding for councils to apply for to improve both bus and cycle transport schemes. And in fact, just this afternoon during this meeting, I've been contacted by Tim Crookson, who many of you will know as being a commentator on social media, to complain about the hygiene on public transport in this city, particularly buses, who, he quotes, often smell like public lavatories. Citywide, we are also going to, Lord Mayor, introduce a citywide parking referendum. This is to ease the parking woes for hard-working Portsmouth families. Some people like parking permit schemes and some people don't. But this hotchkotch blanket approach across the city isn't working. We do need a citywide strategy, and under our administration it's something we had commissioned the Tech Committee to look into. It's a shame that the conclusions of that report have not been adopted by the administration. We will also, Lord Mayor, set aside funding to carry out a citywide review of double yellow lines, where they're too long and can create more parking spaces, and also where they are too short and can be a hazard and dangerous on our roads. We will also carry out a review of the unused disabled bays across the city, as we believe that there are many parking bays which, when people have passed away, and the bays need to be removed. People are frustrated, Lord Mayor, and the Conservatives, we've been listening to what people want, and that's why we're going to remove that first permit fee for parking, and we're also going to review those double yellowed lines and also disused disabled bays. Lord Mayor, our commitment to cycling and to air quality and to improving the reduction of car usage in this city has never been more prevalent than it is now. We introduced a community bike scheme back in March 2018. Unfortunately, the Lib Dems decided not to go ahead with the scheme. But today, we put £250,000 aside for the creation of a Boris bike scheme to ease congestion on the roads across Portsmouth. We're also going to increase and put an additional £20,000 in for secure bike storage across the city, adding to the administration's proposal of £25,000, so effectively almost doubling that amount up to 45. Why are we doing this, Lord Mayor? Because bike crime is almost an epidemic in this city. It's appalling. Children, their birthday presents, their Christmas presents. It may be a petty crime to some people, but actually the impact is great. So we are also going to set aside £60,000 a year to employ 2 dedicated officers, and we're going to make an approach to the police to fund 2 PCSOs to follow up solely on bike crime in this city. I've become aware recently of a bike theft racket in Portsmouth where hundreds of bikes were being taken to Bristol for resale. These staff members that we will employ will follow up on leads, they'll view CCTV, and we will make sure that they are given the time to support, create evidence to produce to the police to bring about prosecutions. This is a clear message to those running a black market of bike crime in this city. It will end under a Conservative administration. We will hunt you down and we will bring about the prosecutions in conjunction with Hampshire Police. There's money in the budget, Lord Mayor, which I commend for redeployable CCTVs. We're going to add an additional £30,000 to that, so 3 more cameras, making a total of 8 and a budget of £80,000, because we believe that these staff that we will employ to tackle bike crime need the ability to move these cameras around and a greater number of them to tackle and make sure that we are reducing and stopping and putting an end to the bike crime. Lord Mayor, as before, our commitment to 4 yearly elections remains in order. We want to save this council and the taxpayers of this city £56,000 per year, £56,000 per year, by having our laborious annual election system. We hope that in May, between the commitment from the Labour Party, as before, and their support of 4 yearly elections, and the Conservatives, that we may be at 2/3 of the council, which means we'd be able to introduce 4 yearly elections. We will also spend £250,000 on the creation of a new indoor market for Commercial Road, our main shopping centre that's tired and woeful. We will spend this £250,000 to aid footfall, to protect the High Street, with an additional £120,000 going in for High Street events and management. Lord Mayor, we will also create additional public toilets, something that we see as an essential lifeline for people, especially the elderly, the disabled and young children. So £50,000 for a new public toilet in Marsden Road in Paulsgrove. Lord Mayor, we're also going to put additional revenue and some capital to produce more waste bins, specifically to tackle dog fouling across streets in the city. We have listened to hundreds of people who have complained to us endlessly about the unpleasant nature of those who don't pick up after their dogs. If there is a bin in most streets in the city, there is no excuse. A comprehensive plan, Lord Mayor, is going to be unveiled by the Conservatives to tackle unregistered and unlicensed HMOs, houses and multiple occupation. It's one of the biggest growing issues in this city among our residents. We, the Conservatives, are listening. We will employ 2 dedicated officers to undertake investigations, allowing the public direct access to the database that's been promised by this council for nearly 2 years. We will allow the public the ability to report breaches in a confidential and secure way. We will spend £66,000 a year on 2 members of staff. I have to say, Lord Mayor, that I was shocked to learn that this database that has been promised, the updates we've been given at Planning Committee and at discussions, it's been promised for over 18 months by the Lib Dems to allow the public access to the database to check which houses in the city are HMOs, and if they're not, to report them, is not in the Lib Dem budget. There is no provision for this empty promise. Therefore, Lord Mayor, we have included £200,000 in our capital budget for the purchase of the software to create the database. The database is not even being built. There is no software, there is no budget for it. Lord Mayor, we are going to provide the £200,000 capital budget to buy the software. This is because there is no provision, as I said, and I was shocked to learn that to tackle one of the biggest concerns that members of the public have is in fact falling upon us, the Conservative opposition, to tackle the issue, to find solutions and in fact to ensure that the public are listened to where the Lib Dems have failed to take action and to put the needs of residents first. So we will spend that £200,000 on the database, and we will also set aside an additional £10,000 per year of revenue funding for the ongoing licence fee to run the software, also not currently provided for by the Lib Dems. They have failed. We are having to put this into our budget because it's not provided for anywhere. Please do have a look, members. Empty promises and lack of action. To the public, if you're sick of HMOs in your road, we are the party that are going to take action and get tough on unregistered and unlicensed HMOs and landlords. Lord Mayor, we are also going to set aside £50,000 to be added to the existing £200,000 for sea defences. We know that there is a huge capital black hole in the sea defence improvement part of the scheme. We're very concerned that this has not been shared with the public openly and in a transparent way. We are going to boost that pot from £200,000 to £250,000. We're also going to introduce wild meadows with high carbon absorbing flowers along roadways in the city to tackle air quality. Because, Lord Mayor, we're serious about making Portsmouth one of the greenest cities on the south coast. We heard from the Leader of the Council a verbal amendment around the care cap. We, Lord Mayor, again, in the Conservative group, it's fallen upon our shoulders to raise the inequality and the concerns for young people, particularly with a learning disability, around daycare costs in this city. Lord Mayor, we are going to reinstate a £200 per week limit for learning disability daycare. This is not a verbal amendment, Lord Mayor. This is already written down and Peter will be giving it out shortly. This targeting of 4 families in the city is grossly unfair. The council is failing to support these mostly young people and we will stop it. How? By not borrowing £1.7 million for the Guildhall. This is a trust that needs to stand on its own 2 feet. They have had millions and millions of pounds of public money. They have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on consultants' reports. Is it right that we borrow £1.7 million and spend £200,000 of our revenue budget each year repaying back that debt when we could be spending it on supporting the disabled, the vulnerable and those with learning disabilities? Lord Mayor, this side of the chamber knows exactly where our priorities are. This money must be spent on local people and it's not a verbal amendment from the Conservatives. It will be a formal, tabled, legal amendment in this chamber. To pay for our spending, we are going to change the homeless support grant. We are not going to charge it to the general fund. We are going to borrow it through the HRA, saving an additional £700,000. We'll combine it with the existing borrowing proposals through the HRA, making the borrowing from that part of the council £1.5 million. We will also stop the spending, the reckless spending of £500,000, £500,000 on a business case for an extension to the Park and Ride. A business case that would simply sit on a shelf. There's no actual grant to apply for, by the way, for the £30+ million that it would actually cost to deliver the Park and Ride. This is a gross waste of public money. And you know what? That business case will be outdated by the time this council ever has set the money aside to get anywhere near the £30 million. It's less cars, not more, that we want on our streets, and that's why we will not be wasting £500,000 on this pipe dream. It's almost criminal. In terms of overspends in adults and children's social care, running at almost £10 million, Lord Mayor, they are almost double what they were 18 months ago when the Conservative administration ceased and the Liberal Democrats took over. That's an increase in spending beyond what the council can afford of almost £25,000 per day. Even now, as we conduct this meeting, this council is significantly living beyond its means. The council is being bailed out again this year. And actually, I do want to place on record my thanks to the Conservative-led government who have granted this council £6.3 million in social care grants. So whilst those can mock the Conservative government, there is money coming here to help the most vulnerable in our society, and that is coming from the Conservative government. The Leader of the Council mentioned the pension rebate of £6.3 million, and I'm so delighted that he did, because I did genuinely have it already in my speech before he mentioned it. And no offence to Councillor Corkery, but I served as a trustee of the pension fund for some 4 years, and in that time, I'm delighted to inform colleagues that I got rid of a prominent Lib Dem and supermum, as she's dubbed, Nicola Horlick, who was one of our fund managers, who actually lost millions and millions of pounds for the Hampshire Pension Fund in a terrible scheme she invested in. We got rid of her because she had grossly failed on the governance around that. That sensible decision several years ago when I was a trustee, I think it was actually 6 years ago I stopped being a trustee, has enabled that fund to recover its value from 2.8 or 2.9 billion to over 6 or 7 billion as it now is. Lord Mayor, I want to talk about St James's. I noticed in the long list from the Leader of the Council in his budget speech, he omitted to talk about St James's, his hush-up, his cover-up, the secrecy. We know that this is one of the most contentious developments in this city, and it has the ability to create one of the most amount of angst, both with local residents and commuters, as roads around there will inevitably get busier when it's developed. The Lib Dems have still failed to share the bid for St James's with opposition councillors, in spite of me first asking for it over 18 months ago. We, the people of Portsmouth and elected members, demand and deserve to know the plans the Lib Dems purport to have created for an alternative use for this site. So if the Lib Dems are so confident that their proposals could work, why not share it and allow us, the public and fellow elected members, the opportunity to support them? The leader of the council has taken the political decision not to share the St James's bid and business case, as he is concerned that if the winning bid for St James's were to fall through, the Lib Dem bid could be jeopardised by sharing it with us, fellow elected members. The scheme is progressing through the winning bidder. The council are no longer in the running for the original site, and so, once again, to the leader of the council, please end this culture of secrecy and allow the legally elected members of this authority the right to see a business case written and paid for by our taxes on a key site that we are entitled to see. If you have nothing to hide, you should share it. Lord Mayor, on Saturday, just gone, we all received a press release and we became aware of the Imagine Portsmouth conference that's taking place in the city in March. A Lib Dem initiative where they will pay 100 residents £75 each to attend an afternoon event to gain their views. Now, there will be people in this chamber right now, elected members, who maybe haven't had a chance to read that press release from Saturday and will be completely unaware of what I'm talking. £7,500 of public money being spent to engage in the views of members of the public. And guess what? It takes place the week before Purdah. Opposition councillors were not made aware of this scheme or asked our opinions in advance of the press release going out, or in fact even now. The Lib Dems promised us that they would be inclusive, open and transparent. There would be a new culture under the leadership of Councillor Vernon Jackson, we were told in May 2018. They promised us these new behaviours. In fact, our spokesman for resources, Councillor Lee Mason, was in a meeting talking about twinning just a few weeks ago. He inquired about twinning links, future plans, updates. No new information particularly came forward. The very next day, Portsmouth City Council announced a new twinning arrangement with Halifax in Nova Scotia. There was no consultation with members, no discussions amongst opposition spokesmen or group leaders, and no communication sent to councillors ahead of the announcement. What is politically sensitive about twinning? Why would the Lib Dems keep this information from councillors, especially when twinning is to celebrate and establish friendships across countries with the city and the council, not just the Liberal Democrats? This culture of secrecy and cover-up must end. And Lord Mayor, on the Imagine Portsmouth event, £7,500, I can tell you what we would do in the Conservative group. We would spend that on charities supporting the homeless, such as the Moving On project. And on that note, I want to pause for a moment to say thank you to Councillor Steve Pitt and to Councillor Darren Sanders, who have eventually done the right thing, who have told officers what they wanted to happen, and I'm delighted and thank you for your support towards the Moving On project in the last 24 hours. Running councils when budgets are growing is easy, we all know that, but managing a huge organisation such as this, whilst having to be inventive, entrepreneurial even, is not something that comes easily to many. At this meeting 2 years ago, as well as talking about the legal and financial position of the council, I gave an update as to how we, the Conservatives, over the previous years as the administration had developed our income generation strategy. The reason I did this was the huge importance it played in offsetting spending reductions. This is an area which also gives us serious cause for concern. Where are the Liberal Democrat plans for future income generation? What is their strategy? How are they going to protect vital public services for the long term? If I was stood before you here today as leader of the council, you would leave this meeting in no doubt what our plans were and how we were safeguarding public services, such as we did with weekly bin collections, with reopening libraries closed on Mondays by the Lib Dems, and of course the infamous public toilets debacle, which we also reopened. More for less. That's what you get from the Tories. I'm delighted that the council is still benefiting from the income that we generated for this council through the acquisition of commercial property. We are grossing just over £8 million a year from our investments. We have also generated income through the sponsorship of the Spinnaker Tower, £750,000, which we have benefited from for the last 5 years. That money, Lord Mayor, all passported to social care. These sums are significant amounts of money, all brought about by sensible, balanced, measured, Conservative decisions. I do want to pause and welcome the administration's recommendation and budget setting for the anaerobic digester. I think this is an exciting project. I think it's the right thing for the council to do, and credit where credit's due. If we were the administration, we would also pursue this scheme. We have worked hard using the business acumen of the Conservative administration to make sure short-sighted cuts, such as that disastrous 2014 closing the toilets campaign by the Lib Dems, doesn't happen again. In fact, we have plans to build more toilets across the city, adding to the vibrant place that we live and work. In our budget amendment, we have set aside money for the opening of those new public toilets, as I mentioned in Marsden Road. This is a big priority for members of the public. We are committed to ensuring that the frail and elderly in our communities are not kept as prisoners in their own homes and not being able to use public toilets when enjoying our city. And in fact, when we, Lord Mayor, reopened those public toilets, we were inundated by letters, mostly letters, not emails, from elderly people thanking us for the decision we took. I was pleased today to hear about the ferries, about Saga naming their new ship, and about the crossings that they will deliver and depart from Portsmouth. Lord Mayor, this is because of the work that we did during our 4 years as the administration. Little attempt, or in fact, attention was given to the port, to cruise ships, or to hotels before we took over in May 2014. But we pulled it together. We brought in a new management team with vision, with vibrancy, with energy. We made sure that we had the right people in the right jobs, and as a consequence, we have now got new hotels being built in the city centre being finally redeveloped around the train station, something that came about under the Conservative administration, and, as I say, almost quadruple the number of ferry crossings and departs we had from Portsmouth under the previous Liberal Democrat administration. Let's not forget that last year, this administration lost their budget. They failed to get their ideas voted through. Instead, a merged amendment from the Labour and Conservative councillors was adopted. Is this an indication of an administration out of control, unable to set the financial constraints of the authority which they supposedly lead? On this moment, Lord Mayor, I'm going to pause for a moment and reflect on some corrections from the leader's speech. He talked about how important it is to have a grasp on finances, alluding to the fact that he has just that. Any professional surveyor within a 50-mile radius of this city will tell you how ridiculous the purchase of Lakeside was versus how strong and competent the purchase of Waitrose was. It's incomprehensible, the strength of one and the weakness of the other. So to use the word grasp on finances in a limp-wristed way that the leader of the council has attempted to try and bring down the Conservative administration's competence around finance, he then talked about a superficial grip on finances. I literally was gobsmacked. Councillor Vernon Jackson lecturing us, and I'd probably assume me here as the previous leader of the council, about a superficial grip on finances. I'm shocked. He said that when he took over the council some 18 months, nearly 2 years ago, there was an underlying budget deficit of £7 million in children's social care. Lord Mayor, Councillor Stubbs and I have checked that report from February 2018. It was, in fact, £2.4 million. He also spoke about the overspends in adult social care, which, by the way, in February 2018 were £900,000. Lord Mayor, I can tell you that the underlying budget deficit in children's social care is now £3.2 million. It has gone up. Adult social care's underlying budget deficit has gone from £900,000 by the Conservatives to £4.9 million under the Liberal Democrats. Those are the facts. They are documented in 6.3 of the revenue budget from February 2018. Please do have a look. We then heard about council homes and how many more council homes have been built by this Liberal Democrat administration. Lord Mayor, that's simply incorrect. The leader of the council has misled us. He talked about how he had built all of these plans that the Conservatives simply delivered on when we became the administration. In 10 years of him being the administration, they built just 40 homes. 40 homes in 10 years. In 4 years, we built 210 homes. Not words, actions. And now he talks about how they've built more than 210 houses, or homes, flats it could be, in the last 20 months. I would ask him please to circulate to all members of the City Council a list of where all of those new homes are, that those 210 or plus homes that he has opened and built over the last 2 years, 20 months. We then heard about one of their schemes, Arundel Street. I'm absolutely shocked and, quite frankly, surprised that the leader of the council would choose this as one of the schemes to demonstrate the superficial grip on finances and grasp on finances that the Lib Dems have. When we were the City Council, we did set up plans which the Lib Dems are now delivering on. It was in fact us that created Ravlin Limited and the holding company. It was us that actually identified the 5 sites, and in fact more than that, to start moving Ravlin ahead, to build more social and affordable rental properties for people of this city. Arundel Street was a site that came forward, something Councillor Stubbs spoke about. At that point, we could just about make it break even. Now, we are told that the development cost for a 1-bedroom flat in that area is £294,000. Please just stop and think about the value of a 1-bedroom flat in Arundel Street. Because I can tell you, if it was on the open market on Rightmove right now, it would be no more than 110 to 120,000 max. £294,000 to build one flat. Completely, totally and utterly financially unviable. And you know, our development framework, people that we work with regularly in this city, are literally head in hands. They are gobsmacked that this council has taken the decision to move forward with those sites. I'm absolutely shocked. We then hear about homelessness. Lord Mayor, what actually happened with the Liberal Democrats in terms of the homeless was they gave them a warm bed and some warm clothes and some food and somewhere to stay for November and December and for January and February. And in March they said, bye, we'll see you again in the winter. It was in fact us, Lord Mayor, after 10 years of the Liberal Democrats mistreating homeless people, it was in fact us that opened the first 2 all-year-round homeless shelters. Us, the Conservatives, that put our money where our mouth was, that actually tackled the homeless and made sure that we were giving them somewhere to sleep, warm, dry, a bed and food every single night of the year. We commissioned 2 charities to deliver that for us, and we were given recognition for the brilliant scheme that we'd come up with. Lord Mayor, in 2018, the last Conservative budget that was put before you, 96% of that budget, in spite of what the Leader of the Council has said, was delivered on efficiencies and income generation. 60% through efficiency drives, 36% through income generation. Just 4% was delivered through any kind of reduction in service. That's what came forward at this meeting 2 years ago today. So, at this annual budget meeting, we do have key decisions to make. Important and key decisions that will affect people's lives. Finally, Lord Mayor, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all the staff who've supported the councillors of all parties in the excellent job they do, in particular Chris Ward and Julian Pike for their support in creating our budget amendment. Lord Mayor, I formally propose the Conservative budget amendment for the Portsmouth City Council budget 2020-21.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Whittington, please. Councillor Whittington.
My Lord Mayor, point of order. I'm not actually sure because I'm not sure which one is.
Excuse me, members. Sit down a second, please, Councillor. Excuse me, members. It's my meeting, so can we just, treat each other with respect? Councillor Whittington, you've got to say a point of order, haven't you? You've got to say a number. So give us a number.
I have to say I'm not sure which one it is because I'm not sure, Lord Mayor, which point of order it is. Which point of order it is? No, hang on. Which point of order it is whereby you point out that a member of the leader of the opposition has made a homophobic remark, and if she could.
Okay, I did speak to Peter quietly, and leader didn't have anything to say about it, and he still hasn't said anything about it. So I was going to just move on from that. I did listen to what Councillor Jones said, but if I ask you to talk, it's going to get escalated again, isn't it?
Offence has been called cause at all. Limp-wristed actually refers to a gun motion of someone who is cocking their gun at you. So what? If someone has taken offence, maybe it's because of their own mind.
Okay then, thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Stubbs, and let's move on, councillors then please. Councillor Stubbs, do you second your amendment and your revenue amendments? Thank you very much. We're going to circulate it. Capital and revenue. Just give you a couple of minutes and then we're going to go on to Labour. Councillor Morgan. Okay, members. Okay then. If we can all quieten down a little bit. Just to inform everybody, after Councillor Udi has spoken from her group, I'll be having a little short break, okay? So I now call upon the leader of the Labour group, Councillor Morgan, to respond without time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further to put to the meeting. I now call upon Councillor Stephen Morgan. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Attempting to set a budget capable of transforming lives when government has financially tied the hands of local government for a decade is more than a challenge. Yet again, we find ourselves trying to do far more with considerably less in communities a year further into the darkness of austerity. I look forward to a budget where we are not overshadowed by the backdrop of unprecedented government cuts. This year, like every year we have had since the last Labour government, the budget has been torpedoed by the government's refusal to fund coalface services. The recent figures paint a damning picture. Since 2010, councils have lost almost 60 pence out of every pound of central government funding. They face an overall funding gap of £3.1 billion. Estimates suggest this will rise to £8 billion by 2024-2025. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has said spending on services in England has fallen by staggering 21% between 2009 and 2017. The largest of these pressures, as we've heard, is on the services of adults and children's services. According to the LGA, adult social care services face a £1.5 billion funding gap next year, and £2 billion is needed for children's services. Criticism often arises over repeating of these themes, but the Labour group will not stop raising the government's utter neglect for our communities. Why? Because these have real consequences for Portsmouth and the most vulnerable in our society. And Portsmouth City Council has been far from exempt in terms of local authority cuts, with local services we all rely on slashed by 48% since 2011, equating to 73 million. That's older community members going without care. That's more people sleeping rough on our streets. That's more vulnerable people living without support. To make matters worse, who is forced to try and fill the financial void left by government? Hard-working Portsmouth people, my Lord Mayor. Not only is government taking away the funding from one hand, it is also taking hard-earned cash from Portsmouth people as we pay more and get less. Government is passing the buck of funding vital services like our police service to the public by doubling the council tax precept that the Police and Crime Commissioner is allowed to charge. And when government funding to local police forces has been cut by 2.7 billion in real terms since 2010, the precept rise will recoup just a small proportion of that while causing damage to family finances. The increase of council tax of 3.99%, most of which destined for essential social care services, on top of increased fees and charges with service standards going down, is a grave injustice, but we must support it today. But when the social care green paper deadline of April last year was the fifth missed deadline, following the summer of 2017, the end of 2017, the summer of 2018, the autumn of 2018, does the council really have any choice? All of this uncertainty has forced the hand of local authorities to come up with alternative funding schemes, often to the detriment of hard-working residents. Portsmouth is a heavily urbanised city, is also bearing disproportionately the cost of Tory fiscal reductions. The IFS says that cuts since 2010 are larger in poorer areas of the country, echoing existing research that has shown urban areas, like our own, have been the hardest hit. Spending per head in the most deprived councils has fallen 1.52 times that of the least deprived in 2009-10 to 1.25 times in 2017-18. How are we meant to keep frontline services ticking amid these figures? My Lord Mayor, there are several aspects of the administration's budget that the Labour group could support, but we must not forget that these cuts have been borne upon a Lib Dem propping up a Tory government. We believe the budget does not go far enough to tackle the climate emergency. We are proud to have pushed through this council over a year ago. It doesn't do enough to tackle the neglect of our communities, our streets, our neighbourhoods or our high streets, and it doesn't recognise the sufficient contribution that officers make to the work of the council. While the odds are heavily stacked against local government, the Labour Group amendment today seeks to mitigate against some of this government-inflicted damage and improve the administration's offerings. The Labour Group amendments take strides to reduce the cost of democracy, reduced hospitality and management overheads. Our amendments to the revenue budget seek to spend smart through reducing the Leader's entertainment budget. Labour seeks to direct what little money local government has left to the worthy causes. School dinners, not lavish banquets. That is what we stand for. This, coupled with proposals to streamline management overheads, frees up funding. Portsmouth has some of the worst recycling rates in the country at just 24.8%. We propose £50,000 of money saved by the Labour revenue budget amendment to be used to make improvements where it matters. With freed up funds of £20,000 of contributions made towards the trade union facility time, supporting hard-working staff, delivering day in, day out, despite daily challenges. That amendment is a step in the right direction, but we want to do more in future years. Investment in our unions pays dividends, from providing welfare and assurance to being a helping hand in times of need. The difference they make across the workforce is immeasurable. And what a better time to make these changes than Heart Unions Week, a week of activity in England and Wales that highlights the good work that unions do every day to offer everyone a voice at work. And we heard earlier that important deputation of the need to improve industrial relations in the city. The Labour amendment to the budget also leaves at least £247,000 to invest in community engagement and a sustainable communities fund. At a time of such crisis, the need to create a network in which people can connect, share and grow together cannot be underestimated. Our proposals to reduce the cost of democracy by reducing the number of cabinet members and moving to all-out elections will significantly increase this pot for neighbourhood and community projects by at least £79,000 per annum. With the government pulling the chair from beneath local authorities, the council must also look hard about how it spends its capital budget. We believe there are other ways to fund the Farlington Pavilion and ask the leader of the council to work proactively with ward councillors to make this happen via other means. So therefore, the Labour amendment to the council proposed spend frees up about £240,000, which can be directed to expenditure more valuable to our community. A sustainable community fund capable of restoring community assets, enriching our local environment, building community cohesion and enhancing our local area should be a priority. Allowing the wealth and diversity of our neighbourhood community groups to flourish is such a priority for our Labour group. The aim of our fund is to support organisations working to bring people together to improve neighbourhoods and tackle the climate emergency. At this time of division, the need could not be greater. With the additional money saved by being savvier with the capital budget, more focus can be put on making Portsmouth greener. This budget has been billed as the greenest ever, but it is not green enough, my Lord Mayor. We are at a climate crisis with anything short of radical action having no real value. It was the Labour group who pioneered the movement locally to declare a climate emergency. It is the Labour group amendments here today that pave the way for further progress. Local authorities have an important and often overlooked role in cutting climate emissions and solving the climate crisis. We must seize that opportunity. Portsmouth is in the bottom quartile of the Friends of the Earth climate rating. It has been one of the worst recycling rates in the country. We are in the midst of an air pollution crisis that's been described by experts as dangerous. The current budget does not contain enough ambition to combat these problems, but the Labour amendments do. Another year has gone by and still we look into the funding abyss created by Tory austerity. Since 2011, the Council have made £102 million worth of savings with no sign of reprieve for the future. But we can do more, and we have a responsibility to fight for our communities and not give up. It falls on all of our shoulders here to make calculated and sensible decisions about how we spend the Council's dwindling coffers. My Lord Mayor, that is why I formally move the Labour amendments today that reduce the cost of democracy while opening the door to radical solutions to tackle the neglect of our communities and our environment must be supported today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Coles, do you second the capital and revenue amendments that I've seen here? Yes? Oh, sorry, I pushed the wrong button then. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Okay, then, so we'll circulate that, please, and give members a couple of minutes. Thank you. Okay then, members, so I now call the leader... sorry, yes, of course you can, Councillor Stubbs. Just push your button.
Really, I don't know if this is to the finance officer or who it's to really, but we've got a revenue budget which takes 70,000 out and spends 70,000 from Labour, so that's fine. But we've got a capital budget which takes 170 out and spends 240. How does that balance? Are you using the same 70 twice?
There was already £70,000 in the approved capital programme. The 170 is an additional £170,000. So the two together balance to the 240.
It says on here, increase of 240.
Well, just to advise the council, it's not an error. It is 240,000. In total, there's 240,000 proposed to the budget.
Details here, but it does actually say increase in resources 240, total value 240. So that's why I've asked that question.
So, Peter, do you want to just say, if you looked at it, is everything fine or not? It's in Chris's remit according to the city solicitor. So we move on then, members. Thank you for that, Councillor Stubbs, for pointing that out. So I now call the leader of the Progress Portsmouth People Group, Councillor Udi, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to this meeting. Councillor Udi, please.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor, members, ladies and gentlemen, people who work at the Civic and everyone else, and my non-binary friends. You'll be glad to know that I've only got about 3 or 4 sides of A4, so we're going to go for a cigarette in a minute, boys. Thanks. So thank you for letting me and letting us really present our budget today. It's not much, it's a little bit, but it's enough to kind of say that we're here, we're staking our claim, and we'd like you to listen to us and maybe accept our budget amendment today. I would like to extend my thanks to Councillor Vernon Jackson, who has already tentatively said that he would accept 3 out of the, what was it, 4 things, or 4, no, 3, 2 or 3. So, sorry, it's a bit weird because I don't know if I should like bend down or stand up. But sorry. Thank you for accepting some of our amendments today. But we're still obviously going to present our budget, and we would hope that it would still be accepted. I would like to also express my gratitude to Chris and Jules, who have listened and helped myself and Councillor Smith, and who I personally owe so much to, as she's the brains really behind this operation, to be fair. I'm just the mouth, but yeah. I have unshakable imposter syndrome, and it's really just kind of terrifying to be stood up here to kind of present something. I'm literally just someone who grew up in a working class area in Fratton, and I'm just kind of like Stephen Morgan, for instance, like literally round the corner from Stephen Morgan. Went to the same youth club and everything. You did. And I'm just here presenting stuff to you. It's really surreal that I just didn't even expect this. Not even about 3 or 4 years ago, I did not expect to be trying to ask for services to be brought back into the city. So Councillor Smith, as a time and resources portfolio holder and even member of staff here a long time ago, has a better working knowledge of this place than I'll ever do. I trust her that because we want to make cuts in HR, and I support her when she says that we both need a shake-up of HR in general to reorganise and do better work, and in turn offer better services. After all, we have already got self-service HR to a degree, and the money that can be put into upgrading our IT systems that have been proposed can be looked into the automation of some HR systems in general. This will be supplemented with our first amendment, which would be trade union support to be to come back to the pre-cut levels. But reinvesting in the trade union support, which the council have been spending more money on, is only going to save money for the council in the long term. Disciplinaries will be resolved quicker, costly battles which have happened this year will be avoided through resolution in the unions. We already have a great working relationship with the unions of the council, and we have more councillors that are union members than ever, and we are bridging that gap between the staff and everyone else. We already have when you empower workers with their rights, then their productivity will only increase. Mental health amongst colleagues will be better, and will be less reliant on wellness programmes that will only stick a plaster over the problem. So I'd like to also thank Labour for putting that in their thing as well. And hopefully Gerald's pledged to support, so that's one win surely today, so that's awesome. As well as reinstating trade union support, I'd like to make a suggestion to increase our own cultural remit within the city and supply a little bit of help to our events team by giving them a new member of staff that works closely around events in general, but maybe has a remit for twinning and providing the relief to a very stretched events team. I did want to try a little quiz with you here. You can't really speak without breaking standing orders, but would you like to name our sister cities and our twin cities? Because I don't think everyone in the room would know them. I know that Councillor Mason definitely know. Well, both Masons would know. But seriously, yeah, Haifa's one. Getting all the Portsmouths. But I'd go into detail. Thank you. So we're twinned with Caen and Duisburg, and this year we have a massive anniversary. It's a 70-year twinning of Duisburg. Councillor Rapson's, ex-Councillor Rapson's walking out the room, but I heard a really good story because he'd been involved with, we've been involved with Duisburg, and I heard a lovely story from Sid Rapson at a twinning event recently that he went on the exchanges there just after the twinning link was brought about, and some lovely anecdotal stories, which hopefully he'll tell people in another time. But it was quite an early twinning, Duisburg, because it was just after the war when there was still quite a lot of scepticism over Germany, and it really built relationships with Germany post-war. We should be really celebrating it, and to a degree that we are, and we're doing some work, but I definitely think there needs to be more. So the other places that we have, that are sister cities, is Haifa in Israel, Maizuru in Japan. We've got the Portsmouth, Virginia, and Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We've got Sydney, Australia, Lakewood in Colorado, Zhuhai in China. There's another one in China I can't pronounce, but it's the other one. And then very last week, as you may know, and I did know about the sister cities that we're getting, we got Halifax in Canada and the Falkland Islands. We have a lot of friends in this council, in other places, and we should be continuously celebrating our internationalism. This will only generate income as we improve our tourist remit in the city and become a destination of belonging and inclusivity. Also, to tell our our residents or anyone else or members of the public about our twinning stuff. We have a twinning website that's set up, and I'd like to thank Andrew Starr because he does so much work for the twinning committee and he rarely gets anything back for it, and I think that he should be celebrated because without him there really wouldn't be much of a twinning remit here for extending to events and stuff. But the other website is the Portsmouth City Council, which is like the generic layout, and it just gives us basic information about our twinning, when really we should have like a celebratory massive website that can come into, but that can be part of the events team, because I think the new post should also try and take their time to work with comms and really push on social media. I've been going on about social media for about 6 months now, because I think as much as the comms team are all right, I think our social media remit as a council is very far behind and we could be doing a lot better. Where am I in this? Hello. Whilst we report the budget for funding a capital programmes to make the city a cultural hub and make places look better, our amendments are here to make people feel better. We want to invest in some services so we can see a long-term saving and release some strain on the system. We would like families to get better access for their young children to CAMS, children adolescent mental health services, or signposted to appropriate services before their children hit school age. Identifying problems early on helps children do better at school, as well as let them lead a better life because they have identified those needs at an early age. Unfortunately for primary school, the children with SEND problems is rising, and the first access to this help that parents get is when their children are basically at school and they are begging for that help. We want to fund a post that signposts and offers support to families, which is based within the family hubs for parents to access at groups or by referring from the health visiting team. This way problems are identified and tackled earlier and takes a bit of a burden off an already stretched health visiting service. We must stress that this service is not a management role but one of support. Someone who's field-based and cares deeply about tackling issues face-to-face and in the public and not sat behind a desk. As we carry on focusing on families, we would like to find the money to fund another domestic violence offer. And once again, I'd like to thank Councillor Vernon Jackson, who has pledged that to a degree. My first council meeting here as a guest, as a visitor, after probably, I was pretty sure I was a neighbour there. I can't really remember. It's when I was becoming a bit of an activist, and I think I was a neighbour, was during when there was a cut in domestic violence services, and I didn't know anyone that was protesting. I didn't know Sisters Uncut, but I was sat up there, and when the massive party popper went off, I thought someone had been shot, and I was going to lose my life that day. You know when you just hear a loud bang and you think this is it? That happened that day. And then when I came downstairs, I just saw people getting arrested, and I got in contact with Sisters Uncut after that, and I've had a very loose working relationship. Sisters Uncut kind of goes up and goes down when they're needed. So if any cuts happen in Portsmouth again, they'd come back. But a few cities have it continuously, like London and Glasgow, and there are some relationships with different activists in the city that happens with. So, what was that, Donna? Sorry. As many of you are well aware, 2 women a week in the UK die from incidences arising from domestic violence. There was a murder here in Portsmouth at the beginning of the year. And Gosport are having it even worse than we are. They just convicted someone of murder that was DV related, and then someone else was murdered as well in Gosport. So honestly, it is so needed in Portsmouth to have that support, that extra support for people. As the news reported the end of last year, referrals from GP to domestic violence services are significantly down, and the incidents reported to the police are sky high and continuing to rise. The Safer Portsmouth Partnership are worried that a £1.4 million shortfall due to happen to the domestic abuse services will not be plugged, and we urge councillors today to think about this going forward. Our post, thus the one person, will ease the burden on a stretched service. Working multi-agency, they will also be in contact with the CCG to help, I would hope, to help deliver a training course for healthcare professionals, like GPs, because they need to understand about the way that kind of domestic violence has changed from just kind of that you think would be physical violence into mental and coercive abuse that has been featured in the press recently. This post, unfortunately, is just a drop in the ocean of what is really needed. It honestly makes me feel sick to my stomach that we cannot provide support, but we can only try and plug in as much as we can. Moving on to something I care about deeply personally is the LGBTQ plus community. We have a really special service here, the For You project, which supplies support for LGBTQ youth and adolescents, which was started almost 2 decades ago, I think, if I'm right, by someone who is now a director here. Apparently almost lost his job because some councillors really didn't want him to start that service at the time, and I'm glad things have moved along so nicely. It doesn't run that service anymore because he's somewhere else. So thankfully, those councillors aren't here anymore. And the service has evolved into something truly beautiful. We live in a world where more of us than ever have come out in some shape or form, and there's some of us that still can't. A referral to For You, and these kids can have a place to come to for a few weeks, and they can live their best life in peace. Some work at And I can tell you for now that some people that are working for the For You project are literally saving the lives of these teenagers. They're really helping with their mental health, and there is intervention with serious incidents. I want to expand this service, and I want to expand it to adults. With a remit more for trans adults and supplying copying the kind of group service that they have for adolescents over to an adult service, because we've got lots of adults that are coming out as transgender. A lot of people that I've known that are transgender have only found the confidence to come out in their 40s, 50s and 60s because they feel they live in a society where now they might be accepted, and whilst even though transphobia is rife in Portsmouth, it's kind of like the way of gay bashing in the 80s, it's got to trans bashing now, and maybe in 20 years' time we'll look back and go, what were we up to? But honestly, the hostility is ridiculous. So it takes, for instance, if you are trans, to get access to healthcare for a gender clinic can now take up to 3 years for your first appointment. There is little way in the support, and I think that For You can provide a safe space for the people to exist and access more services. I think For You are getting access to some mental health services as well. I'm not too sure, but but that will be in there. So, it would also provide assistance for people who may not be public with their sexuality or gender, and help them talk to their families and provide support for them also. It would be a beautiful thing to know that we can help people be themselves and not stop the support when they're 18. So I thank Councillor Vernon Jackson again for looking into this, and I really hope that even if my amendment falls today, that this really comes to fruition, because I cannot tell you how needed it is. Thanks. So before I'd like to conclude, I'd like to thank a few other people for the continuous support on its residents, mainly Lou and Sandy and the team over at the Hive, making sure our voluntary provision is a huge success and providing crucial support to many in this city, and offering a space for groups to come together. The Hive really shows that we are better together, giving us a service that is so necessary and needed here. Without it, Portsmouth would be in crisis, especially following the cuts to local government and the fact that the local council cannot provide services that had then been picked up by the voluntary sector. I'm not going to go into the other people's amendments and start slagging them off and stuff. I'm going to leave that to my colleague Jeanette Smith. But I just want to say, these things may be few, and I think as an independent group that this is a fine first attempt to do something during the budget. We hope it can continue in years to come. We hope that maybe we can have your support. Personally, all since I've taken an interest in politics in Portsmouth, all I've seen is attempts to cuts to services, or attempts to just have a basic service. I hate the fact that this is it, you're going to quote me on this forever, right? I hate the fact that we own property in other cities, because I don't believe that's the thing that we're left to do. But I know it's one of the only choices that we have as a council right now, because we need to generate that important income. We can live under capitalism and be angry with it, so that's about as nice as I'm going to get about us buying Waitroses in Somerset. If this is truly the case, then I think we should make a business decision and take that little bit of a risk, because not only will it benefit the council, but for some people it will offer a hand giving help, something of which they would think they could never see, knowing that the cuts that have been happening to us. So please, can we give hope to some residents here, because my amendment will literally save lives. So thank you, and please consider it, and please consider voting for it today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rudy. Councillor Jeanette Smith, do you second that?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to circulate, if you're happy with the capital revenue, the revenue from the Progress Portsmouth people, Peach. Could we circulate that?
I need to know what.
She's just coming down. She's just coming down. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, I now call 15, 16 minutes break, if that's okay. 16 minutes. I'll see you all at 5:15. Thank you very much.
Ashmore still on there. Okay, thank you very much, members. Welcome back. So the proposals and amendments on the two budget items before the council are now open to all members of the council to debate as one item on the basis that at the end of the debate, the budget and the council tax and any proposed amendments to it will be voted on first, followed by a vote on the capital programme and any proposed amendments to it. So now open to the... So it's now open to members to debate. And the first person we've got is Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Ashmore.
That was swift. Well, thanks, Lord Mayor. Right, so we've got to the most anticipated part of the year now, by far, except the final of I'm a Celebrity, of course, and Pompey confirmed promotion. But we've got to the budget. So over the last few years, decade probably, and it's been mentioned a lot about the constraints we've been under. It's made making budgets more difficult. Every local authority's had to operate under government constraints. We're no different. So there'll always be what the administration wants to do and what the other groups want to do, and then there'll be what we have to do. So we're in the position of having to select the best things that we can to go forward, the best thing we can to improve the city for both the immediate and the longer term future. So with that said, I look for what my group, the Lib Dem group, is proposing. I see a hopeful budget. I see a vision, I see commitment, I see ambition on our environmental priorities. We have thought big on this. It doesn't get bigger than they're borrowing to invest our own anaerobic digester, where our food waste will go to be converted into biofuel or fertiliser. And I personally, I like to see this as a pathway to a circular economy. We could produce fuel by the food waste. That could probably fuel vehicles, or we could use it for gas, cleaner gas, etc. So that's laying the foundations for the future possibilities here for Portsmouth. So alongside food waste collections that we've started, we've been looking to increase recycling here, because that was mentioned earlier. We could do a lot better on that. We've been low on the list of local authorities that recycle well historically. We've taken action so far. We've increased the glass banks. We've introduced Tetra Pak carton banks into the city. We've even got those little pink spheres you see on lamp posts, so you can put the chewing gum. That's actually made it's actually made of recycled chewing gum. I don't know how that's done, but it's on there somehow, and it means it stops it going on the floor. But they're all kind of innovative ways that can help things.
Cats or dogs?
That's right. Yeah. We've got the cigarette ones out there, so you can put your butts in there. The little opinion polls, fill up which one you prefer: cats, dogs, or other opinions. I don't think you'd settle Brexit with that either, to be honest with you. Sorry. So and we noticed with the government's waste strategy there, and they're talking about local authorities having to collect food waste in the future. So we are way ahead on the curve on that one. We're way ahead of the game as a local authority. You've seen the other priorities. We've got this. We've committed to a tree planting programme, a greening strategy, which include the concept of living walls. Rather than having the concrete walls you see around, seeing if we can put greenery on it, plants on it, wildflowers around the city. That helps the bee population. And there's also important elements of cleaning our air. Air quality's been in the news a lot. You've probably heard about Councillor Stagg's negotiation to get a bus depot built here, meaning bus companies can have their fleets here instead of having to drive in from, I think it's Fareham first thing, and driving back. We'll have our own one there with hopefully facilities to charge electric vehicles for that. So that opens up that option for a cleaner transport as well, and that helps our air quality, and it helps us to get net carbon neutral by 2030, which is of course our target. So speaking of air quality, the Cabinet's agreed to roll out the well-loved idea and the well-received idea of play streets, which is successfully piloted in Francis Avenue, to more streets up and down the city, where communities can enjoy that with each other, children can play, families can have fun without the fear and fumes of passing cars for the day. We've also found that we could use less energy to power the street lights, the LED lights that are already more environmentally friendly. We're now using less carbon there to make them work, but still keeping the service, which is unlike in Hampshire, County Council, where they've, as a cost-cutting measure, they've had to turn their lights off for a few hours in the early hours there. So we've kept that going with, being more environmentally friendly while we're keeping the service. We've been quite proactive in, trying to work cross-party with the climate change updates. In fact, just before this meeting, myself, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Smythe, we were talking to each other. I know Councillor Jones said she couldn't make it on that particular occasion, but we're looking to expand that as well. So it's not just spokespeople or portfolio holders for the environment, climate change, it's people holding the portfolios and spokespeople for like housing and planning and transport, because they're things that, they all contribute to our carbon emissions and they contribute to the climate. So we need to effectively work together on that, and we're doing that. Crikey, already? Right. I better hurry up then. I'll get right to the end on that one. Obviously, we've done so much, I've run out of time. But one of the other things I'd like to just direct attention to is I met with Adam Holland, we're talking about divestment. So that's another way I want us to flag up here, divesting from, our investments in things like pensions. If we can divest from fossil fuels and to think about ethical investments. And I know we don't have control of that, that's a Hampshire thing, but as has been mentioned before, we have a voice on that bill. Councillor Corkery over there, I think. If we, I'd like to see us go and promote things like ethical investments for our pensions. I know the law states, you have to get the best return for them, but I've seen from the presentation that ethical investments can actually give them a run for their money and actually do better than regular ones. So basically, we've got a budget that, helps. The leaders talked about the improvements to the port to help that go carbon neutral by 2030. We've talked about the greening strategy, the transport strategy, more cycle lanes, more recycling bins. Basically, we're talking about the greenest budget ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor George Fielding is next. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm going to talk about, obviously, the Labour budget amendment. Turning to our proposed reductions to the revenue estimates, we believe as a Labour group that they go some way to redress the imbalance in revenue spending by the Council. In terms of the spend on the Leader's initiative budget, we believe that the current amount of £20,000 used for entertainment and lavish dinners could be better used elsewhere, and this is why we propose to reduce this budget by half to £10,000. We do not believe that this will adversely affect the Leader's ability to champion the city, but that this can be utilised elsewhere to maximum effect. The reductions to the resources portfolio go a long way to bring about the change to democracy and bureaucracy in the city that we need and make our democracy and management leaner as a result of 10 years of austerity affecting frontline services. Whilst we are not able to utilise the figures for all-out elections or reduction in cabinet members, it's worth drawing the Chamber's attention to the estimates of savings that these would bring about of the proposed changes. It would mean a possible saving of £79,000 year on year, but it is also worth pointing out that this amounts to over £200,000 across a 4-year in terms of the cost of our elections and would bring us in line with the majority of local authorities. We believe that the money saved in revenue estimates must go back into frontline personnel and to allow us to expand community engagement on the vital issues of climate change and matters such as our woeful recycling rates. We would also go some way to redress the cuts affecting the unions in their facilities times based on real savings without having to rely on portfolio reserves, giving them certainty in their funding, and we make no excuses of including this in our amendment. Turning to our proposed amendments to the capital programme, we believe that the funds that are being allocated to fines and pavilions should not be matters for the capital programme and should be in fact covered by the SIL funding for the Drayton and Farlington Ward, for example. Indeed, we are led to believe that this was to be the case. However, ward councillors failed to consult on their residents in time and as such may have had to come cap in hand to the administration for this money. If we agree this item of expenditure should be a ward matter, that frees up an additional £240,000 for an initial investment into our proposed Sustainable Neighbourhoods Community Fund. This would be a living fund designed around restoring community assets, building on community cohesion and the overall community engagement and enhancement of local communities. This pot of money can be added to and expanded over the years moving forward. I would urge you to consider supporting the Labour Group amendment to give something back to the communities that feel more and more disenfranchised and left behind in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Luke Stubbs. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, there's lots of things really I could talk about on this, but and one of the things I do want to get in just before, in case I run out of time, is a couple of specifics which I hope the leader will be able to address in his summing up. So, for this anaerobic digester, he says he's got a location in mind connected to the gas network. Where is it? Okay. And when you're referring to the various bits of expenditure out of the adult social care portfolio reserve, there's nothing in the adult social care portfolio reserve as a result. Then there's not as a result of overspends. And now I know there's what's left of the transformation budget, and you could use that, but you'd have to reclassify it. Are you proposing to do that? Because that used to have rules around it and about its use. Perhaps that could be addressed in your summing up. What I'm going to talk about, because I want to explain some of the details on it, is Arundel Street, because we heard from the leader. I mean, it really was quite something. There really was quite some chutzpah there about us only having a superficial grip on the finances, which I thought was quite something. I'm glad the chairs here have got sides on, or I might have fallen off when I heard that, because, you know, that was really a very cheeky thing to say. And I want to give an example of a hidden black hole in the budget, and that is Arundel Street. In the Arundel Street scheme, you are perhaps £8 to £10 million adrift. £8 to £10 million, there's your hole in the budget for next year, because you're looking at building 76 units there, and the cost of that is £22 million. Now, I've had confirmed by the Director for Regeneration that the average build cost is £294,000 build cost for a flat of between 1, 2 or 3 bedrooms in Landport. Now, that might strike you as massively high, particularly since but let's just go over those numbers a bit more and what you need to make that work. So you couldn't sell those for £294,000, not least because there's a site next door which used to be offices where they've got flats, they've just done them, so they're all fitted out, all new, 2-bedroom flat, £150,000. How are you going to sell yours for $294,000? And so no. And so let's look at rental. Let's think about this for a moment. So the Public Works Loans Board interest rate is now 3.1% over 50 years. It's gone up quite significantly. 3.1% of 294,000 is about £9,200 a year. So you could rent those flats out for £760 a month if you assumed they had full occupancy, you allowed nothing for repairs, nothing for maintenance, nothing for cleaning costs, nothing for the lift, nothing for the insurance, nothing for the occasional periodic scaffolding and full maintenance which you would have to do over a prolonged period. Even then, it will be £760 a month. But yeah, that's obviously extremely unrealistic. Look, typically, you're looking at about £1,000 service charge on the flat just for insurance and cleaning. That's without anything much else in it, and the lighting in communal areas. You've got to allow for that. You've got to, that's without a lift. Buildings with lifts are much more expensive, and you could add another £500 just for the lift. And then you have to make an allowance of quite a considerable sum for periodic maintenance and for minor maintenance. Because if you're renting them out, you have to do all the painting inside, you have to do something when there's a water leak. All of these things become your problem. So if you add all that together and you make an allowance for 3% void rate, and I actually find that number very low, but that was the number I found when I did a bit of research on what void rates in the private sector can be. So I'll accept that. When you allow for all of that, you're looking at a rent of about £1,050 to £1,100 a month being required, and some quite generous assumptions to get to that in order to break even. Now that's just not going to happen. So we've got to look at what we've got here. Now, either the council leader and the council administration have hit on some genius model, or this doesn't add up and they're innumerate. And I want to give you a few more thoughts to help you make your mind up on that. So look, I fully understand the idea about an actuarial rate and looking at because money declines, the value of money declines over time and taking it into account. I'm well aware of that. And yes, that does push the numbers down a bit, but I've been very generous on your maintenance models. But it still doesn't work. Look, think about this. In 2017, I had several schemes drawn up, one for 22 flats, one for 24, and one for 32. And they were on that same model. These were all rental, and 108, the first ones were 180,000 in build costs. I was told, and I've got the officer's assessment for it, that was break even. £180,000, break even, and interest rates were just over 2% at the time. Now, the cost has gone up by 70%, the interest rates have gone up by 50%, and you're saying there's going to be an enormous profit that you can use for social rent. It doesn't begin to work. The affordable rent is £650 for a two-bedroom flat, and you're going to have £1,100 of cost to pay. I mean, you are talking here about having to put in £400,000 a year. And a final thought on this, I mean, I have spoken to the Director of Finance, and I gather that even though you've got a planning application and you've had architects' fees spent a load of money, you don't have a signed-off business case. So you spent a whole load of money without even deciding whether it works. Spend now, worry about it later. This is a disaster for local taxpayers. You really need to look at this urgently. It's really important. I mean, and we didn't know that this was coming up until quite late on. I mean, I knew about this a planning application coming from about a month ago. Found out the details more recently than this, but they are positively alarming. And this means there's a big hole in this budget. This needs urgent attention.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Wood, only one more to go. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I want to just say this is a great budget for our future. And I say this because I have a portfolio for children, and as you know, children, who else but children, represent who our future will be. And this administration has bit the bullet and invested more in children to make sure we are properly budgeting for them. And to be fair, I want to share that between my colleagues who sit with me, Councillor Judith Smythe and Matt Atkins, who sit there, who examine the figures and look at what we need to spend. So we look at the detail of what we spend on children. And one of the things that I want to make sure we get clear when we look at figures historically, we can always take a figure historically and say it was X at that moment in time. But one thing we can't allow for is the number of children coming into care, the projection of where that children's going. So it is important that we invest where we think we are going to be in the future. This year we put 4 million in. It still wasn't enough. And we put another 3 million in next year, and if people add that up, that adds up to 7 million, which tells you that's the amount that we were exceeded the budget set by the previous administration last year. And that tells you we've managed to stabilise the figures. And that's by my colleagues and everybody working very well. So I want to share that because that is a good story for the whole council, that we are putting children at the forefront. Now, in other areas, we heard about 2.8 million previously. That obviously didn't take into account the projection of how many looked after children we were going to have, and we had the figures of so many thousand per day that we were overspending. In fact, each of those overspend represented several children coming into care. So when we talk about children, it is important that we bite the bullet and we do the right thing. Now, I think as an administration, we've listened to all our opposition and we've done the sensible thing, which is invest in the children, get a sensible budget put out there. And I've noticed nobody has challenged the social care budget, so we must be doing the right thing at this present time in terms of setting it at that level. So because we've done that, I would hope you would accept that we have done the sensible thing elsewhere in our budget, and I would hope you would accept the budget we put forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, with me saying that, it started the numbers coming in. I've got Councillor Linda Symes. Councillor Symes.
I'd like to make some explanation about why we decided to ask for the £1.7 million not to be given to the Guildhall. The Guildhall was set up as a trust some 10 years ago. I sat on it for several years, and what I would say is throwing money at something isn't always the way to deal with it. They've had several £1 million from us so far. We've given several more rooms in that building for them to rent out. There have been about 11 plans drawn up of what should happen over there, none of them have been realised. Now, economies of scale will tell you that really and truly, for something like this to succeed, it needs to be part of a much bigger organisation. Something that can pull in shows of a much greater magnitude to get bums on seats, to get money in reserves. There are no reserves in the Guildhall at the moment, and there's no way that the taxpayer should have to get up and go out to work every morning and then have to spend £1.7 million doing part of that building up. This isn't about doing something that will raise revenue. This is just making it look prettier. And so I think that £1.7 million is much, much better spent on all the things in our budget that indicate that it will actually give some help and benefit. I don't know of any other way. I think the Guildhall's got to learn to wash its own face, or the administration have got to work out a way whereby it can become part of a larger group. And I don't just mean the other two theatres in this city, I mean a larger group. Because otherwise, I can see us keep on filling this black hole for years and years to come, but with no good outcome for anyone.
Interesting. Councillor Symes, thank you very much. Councillor Carl Corkery, please. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wanted to speak particularly on the issue of the trade union secondment funding. So this was something that I was involved in a few years back when it was originally cut, the level of funding. And I think the levels that were proposed in the original cut was the whole budget when the Tories were running the council. They wanted to get rid of trade union secondments altogether. And I think there's probably a couple of reasons behind that. The first obvious one is it's ideological. They don't like trade unions, so that they don't want to support them. They don't think the public sector should be involved in having relationships with the trade unions. And that leads me on to the second point. I think it's a misunderstanding, perhaps, of what trade unions do in the modern day and how they relate to public authorities. So I know here at Portsmouth City Council we've got a couple of affiliated trade unions. It's not all about taking people out on strike and having a go at the administration. Sometimes that's necessary if they've been pushed into a corner, but the bulk of the work that they do is supporting trade union members who are council staff. Quite often the most low paid, quite often vulnerable, quite often needy staff have sometimes got themselves in a pickle, may be their fault, may not be. They may have a manager they don't get on with. They play a significant role in mediation and, like Chris Pickett mentioned earlier, preventing things from getting to a stage where they're serious. And then they need to go down a formal route of disciplinaries or grievances or employment tribunals. That is what the secondment funding is there to support. Early intervention, mediation, all the stuff that we know works and prevents the larger long-term issues from coming up. So I do think it is really important that we revisit this relationship, and I think there's also a wider point to be made around the relationship with the trade unions. On the whole, I think they're relatively positive, but there's definitely work that can be done. I know they are kind of... So Chris and the other trade union rep for Unite the Union, I think what a lot of people don't understand is that they are substantive council employees. They are both on relatively low pay in kind of frontline services. Their main role is delivering public services. They've been seconded for, at the moment, a couple of days a week to these positions, not on any financial benefit to them. They, in fact, work much longer hours than they would be doing in their day job for exactly the same pay, because they're passionate about supporting their members and improving industrial relations within the local authority. And all they're asking is to be able to a little bit more time with the existing workload they have in order to do that role and effectively support their members and improve industrial relations and council services more generally. So I hope that today we can support the amendment that we're putting forward. It's trying to put that money back in. I know there's been some indication that it could be done on a temporary basis through reserves, but I'd like to see a more permanent arrangement to ensure that's in place going forward. The kind of second main issue I want to talk about, I know it's not particularly relevant to the paperwork that we've got in front of us, but it's something that people have been going on about already, and that's the Arundel Street development. So this is obviously right in the heart of our ward, in an area of real social needs, an area of really high housing needs. So I do welcome the administration. They've been quite relatively open early on, invited us as ward councillors to a briefing to discuss what the plans were for that site. So the plans were proposed to us as they are, 22-storey building. The main discussion that we had was around tenure mix, who's going to be living in these flats, what the rents are going to be, etc. I think the information that was originally given to us has proven to not be quite correct. Well, you're looking quizzically, Gerald. So we were told at that meeting that it stacked up for all 76 units to be let at local housing allowance rates, that it broke even. Well, that's what happens at the briefing, but obviously that's proven not to be the case. So the question I've got going forward is, what is the tenure mix going to be? And I know I've emailed you about this in the last couple of weeks, just to find out, because I think that's what we need to know about whether it stacks up in future. If it can be made to stack up on, say, 70%, 60% social housing with some market rent in order to balance out, then I think that's probably a worthwhile thing for the council to do, rather than letting pieces of land around the city go out to a private developer who's then going to supposedly provide 30% affordable housing. We all know that's not going to be the case. They're probably going to provide 15%, 10%, maybe nothing. I think it's a welcome development for the local authority to be taking control of key bits of land, pushing that forward for itself. But the key thing for me is always going to be maximising the level of social housing on that site, rather than it becoming an income generation project, which we can take surplus out of. It should be something that breaks even, maximises the level of affordable housing, maximises the amount of people we can get off the waiting list.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins. Councillor Atkins, yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the Conservative budget amendment proposals, as well as looking a little bit at some of the budget proposals that we've decided not to go forward with. In particular, I wanted to raise the fact that we were dropping the £500,000, £500,000 for a business case into a 5-storey car park on the current site of the Park and Ride. I just want to reiterate that this is staggering financial wastefulness being suggested here in the capital budget. That the idea that we would spend £500,000 on a business case which won't provide a single extra bus, a single extra piece of transport, a single extra route to work for any of our residents, I think is frankly madness. As Councillor Jones and Councillor Stubbs have already pointed out, this business case would likely go out of date before it was ever used, because the around £40 million necessary to actually conduct the scheme is simply not available from any known source of funding. The other point I would make about it, as someone who travels regularly from the northern part of the city in PO6 down into the city, is that is the iconic route into Portsmouth, that bridge over that port of Portsmouth. And you see the skyline in front of you with the Spinnaker Tower, and what you do not want is a gigantic 5-storey car park immediately on the left-hand side of the city as the first thing you approach. Why are the Liberal Democrat administration proposing to spend £500,000 on a business case for an eyesore that would never happen anyway? I think that really sort of typifies the Liberal Democrats' approach in this budget. I also want to point out that it appears from the capital programme that being adopted by the Liberal Democrats that they believe that culture stops south of Guildhall Square, that there is virtually nothing proposed for the northern end of the city, while they spend £300 million on the King's Theatre. They want to spend another £1.7 million on this building, which has had very substantial sums of council funding. And it's just simply not an acceptable use of public money. It's no surprise, I suppose, that the council leader wants to spend £1.7 million in this building, particularly on improving the catering facilities, given the amount of his budget this year for entertainment and public dinners and events in this building, as pointed out by the Councillor Morgan. But I don't think this is a sensible use of public money. I don't think it's a sensible use of taxpayers' money. Instead, one of the things the Conservative group are proposing is a £130,000 fund for town centres around the city, so that we can hold markets, events, attract footfall where people actually want it, that provides some culture, some much needed relief for the Cosham Town Centre, for example, for the town centres in Hilsea, as well as the town centres in this south of the city. I also just want to mention, since the since the Liberal Democrat leader, Councillor Vernon Jackson, was so busy accusing the Conservative Party of not understanding finances, that the reason that so many of the services in this city have been protected for so long is the huge income generation schemes that generated around £9 million of income per year, started under the leadership of Councillor Jones and this the Conservative administration that preceded his time. In his time, they've spent £130 million on Lakeside, which generates about 300,000 at most at the moment in income for the council. So a similar amount of money for 9 million, or his spending for 300k. Who here has the financial acumen, and who here is lacking it? I would also point out that the council has received various windfalls in this particular budget. Not only the £3.9 million in new funding from the government that they have found through ending austerity from their sensible management of the economy, but also the £6.3 million boost received in the reduction in the council's contribution to their pension fund, which is driven by the fact that the stock market has been rising because the economy has been well managed, and contrary to the predictions of doomsayers, Brexit has not in any way harmed the fortunes of this country. In fact, this country is succeeding as never before. So I just wanted to point out to the leader that the Conservative government and the Conservative council administration have greatly increased the revenue available to this council. I also want to finish on this point, that I think residents would be very surprised to hear the leader claim that he's had to find virtually no cuts or savings in this particular budget from services, and particularly surprised at him boasting of his financial wizardry when they're being hit with a 4% rise in council tax, which will equal £40 a year, £45 a year for most families. Now, I expect many will be willing to pay the adult social care precept, but I also think that it's fair and right that the Conservative proposal to give back to many residents via cutting the charge for the first permit on their car permits should be adopted, thus offsetting some of that large increase in cost that's being used to cover over the Liberal Democrats' rather profligate spending. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Steve Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to respond to one particular point, the very idea that we'd use the £200,000 in revenue funding that currently exists towards supporting the maintenance of this building to make it look prettier is just about sums up what was long been the Conservative Party's view, or lack of view, about investment in cultural infrastructure. If you look around this country at a significant number of other facilities in major towns and cities, they have had tens of millions of pounds of investment of public money because they are recognised as drivers in regeneration. The very idea that we're just going to throw money at something to make it look prettier is actually frankly laughable. The leader was quite clear in his speech that there will be a rigorous process to go through before we decide to make that investment, and the business case will have to stack up and be signed off by the Section 151 officer. A good comparison is the work that the King's Theatre have had to do over the last 15 months to get themselves into a robust business case to be able to move forward. We would expect to do very similar with the Guildhall Trust. This building, however, is somewhat different. It is used by us as a council and by us as councillors. The bars are absolutely pitiful. The facilities that are available to the public, when you've got 2,500 people coming to a concert, and we've got a bar on the first floor that looks like a 1970s British Rail buffet car, is absolutely unacceptable, and we cannot tolerate that going on any longer. There are many thousands of pounds that are being wasted in potential secondary spend income on food and beverage at the moment that the Guildhall simply cannot take because it doesn't have the facilities to take that money. It also needs to improve make improvements around the toilets, but most of this is around the visitor offer. The people who visit this Guildhall come to a whole plethora of different events during the course of the year. We've currently got local schools in doing the event that's taken the place of Rock Challenge this year. We have events like this, when the Specials play the Guildhall and those sort of bands. This is not cultural highbrow. This is the nuts and bolts of our community coming together to celebrate and enjoy an experience on a night out. And this is our building. We have a responsibility to make sure that it is fit for purpose in the 21st century, and I don't accept that places like Poole with the lighthouse or the investment that's been put into the Civic in Wolverhampton should be made while Portsmouth just sits idly by and allows this iconic building to not have the investment that it deserves. And we sit here and we've got all this expertise about financial acumen, but actually, if no one understands that this building that was at one point getting over £1 million a year in public subsidy has actually developed as a pretty robust business despite relentless cuts over a long period of time, you do not turn around to a business and just cut away every single year and to make it unviable. Buildings like this around the country get significant amounts of regular revenue investment and regular amounts of capital investment from their local authorities because they care about them and they understand their value. I am not prepared to sit by and let this building not take its proper place as the icon for this city to attract cultural investment into our local economy and be a driver for how we as a council can stand there and say, yes, we are serious about culturally led regeneration in this city. That's why I stood to be a member of this council, and it will be a cold day in hell before I change my mind.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Scott Peter-Harris, please. Councillor Peter-Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I won't mention a cold day in hell. Firstly, I just want to talk about the Labour budget amendment. There's two things which I like, and it's not going to be the trade union funding. I can apologise now for you. It's the reduction in the Legions budget, which I actually think is quite a sensible idea, and I believe it's something that should be moved forward today regardless of the outcome of today's meeting. And also 4 yearly elections, which I think is a really sensible idea, and it's what's in our budget, and I'm glad to see it's in yours. This city needs stability, and I think the next set of elections is going to show that. And hopefully after the next set of elections, we'll have the 2/3 required to make that change between ourselves and the Labour Party. I think Portsmouth needs that change to ensure we have stability in this chamber and over in the civic offices. However, there is one thing I really want to cover in the Conservative budget amendment, and it's going to be no surprise, it's the provisions for a dedicated HMO team. I've got Councillor Sanders looking at me thinking he probably knew this was going to come up. It's everyone's favourite subject. Every councillor in this chamber, I suspect, has had casework on HMOs, some more than others. And I believe this is something that we need to do as a Conservative group, and something residents on the doorstep have asked us for, quite frankly. The Conservative group want to give public the confidence in reporting HMOs where they believe they are not licensed. HMOs do have, rightfully or wrongfully, have a bad name in the city, and some rightfully so. So this money allocated to tackle them is aimed at those who flout the legislation currently in place and ensure that residents living in poor conditions and those who live around them. A comprehensive plan to tackle unregistered and unlicensed HMOs is a key element in our amendment. This isn't an attack on landlords, this isn't an attack on students, this isn't an attack on tenants. This is about ensuring everyone is playing by the same rules and ensuring that residents are safe in their homes and their streets, and to give them confidence back in their communities. There's roughly over 4,500 HMOs in the city that we believe we know of. Thanks to recent legislation, we already manually licensed HMOs for 5 or more, and that's about 1,200 homes in the city. About over 1,200 homes, if I'm going to go. Obviously, in the south of the city, you have large numbers of HMOs in certain wards. For example, some streets have 80% of HMOs. I know that Councillor Horton could probably testify to that in her ward, where she has streets which do have over 80% of HMOs. And when you quote these numbers with residents, they're actually quite surprised and shocked, because they do tend to dominate in the south of the city. However, there is a creep to the north of the city, and where they are not being correctly licensed and not being correctly investigated, they're falling by the wayside. So this needs to happen. So at the moment, the council has some very limited resources when tackling HMOs, and these limitations are part of the reasons why we struggle to report on them. The data used to do so is the HMO licensing public register, council tax records, the planning department, and complaint records from the private sector housing team. There's no real definitive way of identifying all HMOs in the city, so you have quite a lot of limitations in how to do it, and you obviously have very different bits of software talking to each other. which doesn't generally work. So it's extremely difficult to cross-reference data from different sources, and the complainants have very little information. So you're taking very little information from very, very different sources to make a decision. It just doesn't work. So that is why we have put in the database to ensure that there actually is a correct way of taking this information. And I was at HMO Governance Board back in August, and we were discussing how they input the data when they have a complaint. And if somebody puts in the word damp and somebody else changes it and puts the word mould, you get two different inputs. So you actually don't get the correct amount of data. So the way we're doing it as a council fundamentally is flawed. And that is why the Conservative group have put this amendment in. And it's just farcical that we're not actually using a piece of software that's quite easily obtainable to ensure that we can actually get a correct investigation. And by ensuring we have two dedicated officers to look after HMOs, this will ensure the current enforcement team focus on their backlog and also allow officers to undertake investigations on properties reported to them to the public. This will give residents direct access to the council and their ability to report breaches in a confident and secure way. I mean, in general, £66,000 a year on 2 members of staff isn't a lot of money when you put it in the grand scheme of the budget. And in order us to get our HMO policy in order, help us shape policy much better before. And also, when things go to planning committee, we're not going to have 3 or 4 people go, oh, there's HMO here, there's HMO here, there's HMO here, can you please go and investigate? Because all that does is delay the process. So in the long term, this is going to save the council money. I share my leader's view at the lack of the work on the proposed database. Thankfully, the Conservative amendment has the foresight to put the money in the budget today. It is one of the biggest subjects on the doorstep, and the lack of action on it is quite scary. I say to the members of the public watching this today, if you're sick and tired of not being listened to over HMOs, it's the Conservative Party who are going to support you in the fight against unlicensed HMOs, and I hope all members of the council can support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jeanette Smith. Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is my second budget as councillor. The first time with Lib Dems, and I was disappointed then, and I'm disappointed now, even in the sort of 3Ps. And the reason is because none of the budget amendments are adventurous. They're steady as you go. Obviously, there's an election coming up in 12 weeks, so that sort of guides a lot of people. I do accept that I think we should go to 4 yearly terms, because that would stop this electioneering going on at this sort of time of year as well. But I'm also a bit confused about some of the amendments. In the Conservative amendment, it has about removing residents' parking first permit. That doesn't fit in with the Green Agenda, and the Green Agenda is about getting rid of cars. Now, whether that's palatable or not, and the government is moving towards electric cars by 2035, I believe, so they're going to ban diesel and petrol. We've got to be quite radical, and putting back parking permits isn't the answer, and it's not the answer now, and it won't be the answer then. So it'll only have to be taken away again. The Labour amendment, I'm disappointed that you only put £20,000 back for trade unions. It should be back for 38. And I appreciate that the administration are looking at 3 things that in our budget, but obviously we would like to see all of those things from our budget. It's not asking a great deal. And it's making sure that the most vulnerable in our society and the community that we serve are covered in this budget. And it's not. It's covered in our budget, but it's not covered in any of the other budgets. It's talking about the Guildhall, it's talking about culture, it's talking about parking, it's talking about reduction in management. But I haven't heard one speech yet to say about the community, about the vulnerable. And we have to realign our budgets. We cannot keep carrying on just doing this on a budget line because it looks good to the public and the 6 people who may be watching this, and it looks good for the relative parties. We have to realign our budgets to the most that need. And none of the budgets, even the administration budget, does not do that. We can only do it in a small way because of just the resources, and we haven't even seen a resources budget. So I don't even know what's in there, what's in the reserves, and I haven't seen any of the reserves. So some of this has been a little bit blind. But we have to change, and we have to, if you want other parties and other groups to talk to you as an administration, you have to reach out and make sure that we can do that with all the knowledge that we have. And my final point is no administration, either Tory administration or Lib Dem, has a clean record on wasting money. Whether you look at bus portals, whether you look at Victory Energy, you're even Stevens on that. So you need to stop wasting on these vanity projects and listen to the people and the communities that you serve who want you to do better. I want to do better, and this isn't it with the budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Robert New, please. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our budget today, specifically with regards to the money, the £50,000 for introducing wildflower meadows across the city. And just to probably put a bit more flesh on the bones around that. So not only is it a nice thing, obviously, visually, but there's a great benefit to our climate and also to residents, I think. And I'm very fortunate. I represent a really nice ward with some really lovely green spaces. And I live a bit further south, and I have Milton Park opposite, again, another fantastic park. And we've got lots of great green space. A lot of it feels like it's quite underutilised, and of course it's down to budgets, etc. And there have already been the starts and the green shoots, dare I say, for some fantastic introductions of wildflower meadows, which I believe started under Councillor Linda Symes and has then carried on under the current administration. But I think that we could go further. And I think one of the things that we, certainly myself and Councillor Ashmore have been in agreement in, is that certainly on the street scene as well as the various parks could be better utilised with perhaps a proper design strategy to not only introduce high carbon absorbing wildflowers, but also to look at the soil as well. And very recently there have been some fantastic products coming out of places in the Commonwealth, in the Caribbean, where they're taking coconut husks, for example, which you can find in carbon toothpaste, which are all the rage at the moment with the woke and the left, and they love it, and it's pretty good. Apparently it takes all the stains out of your teeth. However, they're now putting it into soil because it's actually absorbing traffic emissions, carbon, etc., directly into the ground, and thus it's making better air quality and it's more environmentally friendly. And so the £50,000 is here today specifically because if you look down that corridor, if you look on the Copner Road, it kind of starts up around Caution Park, fantastic green space, again, lots of space there to be utilised, and then we have College Park, Milton Park, Bransbury Park, and places like Paulsgrove Green as well, which would also benefit from this. And they're all on main roads where buses, lots of heavy traffic go along. And so while it may sound very light, it could be something that contributes to helping us towards our air quality goals. And I was very pleased that the group wanted to support me on this. Also, as well, it ties in today, I think, with some of the stuff that's coming out of central government. And I was very pleased today to see the Prime Minister announce a new £5 billion fund to help create new cycle lanes, mini Holland schemes, as well as better bus services as well, because I think one of the things that comes up all the time is we need to have people using their cars less. The only way that we're going to do that is to have a better transport offer, whether that's buses or trains. But specifically with buses, what was announced today sounds very positive. 4,000 carbon neutral buses, more frequent services, easier ticketing systems, lower costs for people to travel. If you're coming down from Paulsgrove, we've touched on this already, or anywhere in the PO6 area to get to the city centre where, for example, council services are focused, it's expensive, especially if you have a family. So this was very welcome, and I think it just sets that we are taking not only the environment but also infrastructure very seriously. And I would just like to quote today from the British Chambers of Commerce Director General, Adam Marshall. He welcomed the funding and he said, business communities will want to work with central government, local government and bus operators to ensure that this new funding makes a real difference on the ground. And on cycling, the Prime Minister has promised to create hundreds of miles of new cycle paths, which I think we can all agree on is something that we would love to see and would be a great aspiration. But importantly, this money is forthcoming and it's going to be hopefully made possible and I hope that the administration and hopefully all of us cross-party can work together on this. And additionally as well, I really think the idea that's been coming out, I know it's been discussed before, but it was committed to today as a part of this £5 billion fund, was with regards to the low traffic neighbourhoods outside of London, and that it's part of the government's plans to double the rates of cycling by 2025. Now that's not very far away, and I think with the Cycle Forum being quite a loud voice, promoting cycling, our own aspirations here, I think it's something we can all get behind, and so therefore I think today's been quite a good day, regardless of how this meeting ends. I think there are shared aspirations, and it's really nice to see them being supported here in the Chamber for the wider environment, climate, air quality, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got four more councillors wanting to speak. Councillor Judith Smythe. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Holding the balance of power in this chamber, we have for 2 years put the Liberal Democrat administration into power. And in the last 2 years, we have criticised the budget for not being ambitious enough and not being green enough. I'm not going to do that today. I want to put on public record that, that we have been pushing the administration to take action on climate emergency, and I hope we've been helpful in this chamber and elsewhere, because this is a really important agenda. The climate emergency isn't something, I mean, I love the idea of wildflower meadows, and it certainly would be part of what I would want to do, but the anaerobic digester and some of the bigger things in this budget are, for me at this moment, take priority. We do feel that the administration has listened to us and have heard what we've said over and again about carbon reduction and the climate emergency. And I know I've bored myself with getting up and nagging you all. I won't stop, though, because I think there is a lot more to do. I was disappointed that it's taken so long. These things do take a long time, and we certainly need to get with thinking green and thinking about justice and inequality throughout everything we do. We've now got the integrated assessment of papers. Thank you for that. It's all been rather slow, but I must say that this budget is, for me, easier to approve than previous ones, where we have seen a real lack of ambition and green environmental measures. I'm proud of our group for pushing for these changes, and of course we're going to continue to press for faster progress and more green policies and practice, and hold the administration to account for taking these actions and others related to investing in communities and reducing poverty and inequality. And we would like to be able to do that in a way that involves less surprise and secrecy than I think probably all of us in the chair. That's been pointed out by the Conservatives over there, that some of these things haven't been socialised and discussed enough in advance, and we'd welcome the opportunity to do that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make some comments about the park and ride and just clarify a few things. The park and ride, the existing park and ride, when it was first built, the plan was always to have 2 or 3 more stories on top of it. And so the foundations were laid that would be able to accommodate that. And the idea of increasing the size of the park and ride, 2 things really. One is to reduce, we have 43,000 vehicles per day coming into the city. If we can reduce that by several thousand, particularly commuters, then we will be cutting down on the congestion in the city, plus on the air quality, the poor air quality we have. And that area is, from the park and ride right down into Southsea, is the area that is most polluted, and is as part of the DEFRA identified zone for requiring CAZ, a clean air zone. So we need to address that as well. And secondly, it won't be just a park and ride. It will also be a distribution hub for large vehicles coming into the city, bringing goods, so we can actually take them off, put them into electric delivery vehicles, and therefore cut the amount of polluting vehicles coming into the city. And 500k, I agree, is a huge amount of money, and I've questioned the officers on that. That is the maximum possible to cover any potential eventuality, but hopefully it would be much, much less than that. And it takes a while to produce a really good business case that is going to, produce what we want. 7 stories is one of the suggestions, but not and one I actually hate. I've seen a few of the diagrams, the drawings that have been produced, and 7 stories is ridiculous in my opinion. That's my personal opinion, but it will go out to consultation. This is not something that we will decide ourselves. It will be, and there's going to be a consultation very soon for users of the current park and ride. And the building, whatever it is, will be greened. In other words, it won't be painted green, but it will have greenery on the outside. It could be moss, it could be ivy, but there will be trees certainly all around, and on the stories, the walls of each story, there will be planting in order to absorb, or not exactly absorb particulates, but actually to cut down on the amount that's going into the air. And I think that's about it, really. So it's not what has been suggested, that is going to be a 7-storey high, ugly building and 500k being wasted on it. That is the absolute maximum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Councillor Darren Sanders, please. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I have to say there are better ways of spending your 49th birthday than listening to various speeches, and especially being accused of chutzpah. Which I think is highly, highly impressive. Before I go to my main contribution, I just want to discuss the comments of Councillor Pater Harris, for which I thank him very much. I'm assuming this is the Conservative response to the private rental strategy, sector strategy consultation that we have been conducting, and I think it's an interesting one. The HMO database, as I understand it, is on the Council website. I understand it is updated every month, but the core point that Councillor Pater Harris talks about, which is around data, is a fair one. And that is why we have got government cash in order to try and have proper modelling of the private rented sector as a whole. Because at the moment, we, like many councils, simply don't know how many private rented properties we've got. And we want to try and model that so that we can base the strategy on evidence. And as I take it as the Conservatives' consultation response, I will then incorporate and discuss this with officers as we go forwards. It may or it may not end up as part of the strategy, but I do take it as the Conservatives' consultation response. Interestingly, though, the evidence is telling us that the major number of complaints about HMOs is in areas of high concentration, not high numbers of HMOs. So I do want to focus on a holistic strategy, and that is why I think it is important. Just a few other points. I think this budget is interesting because it does really tackle a whole series of long-term issues. We've heard about stability, and stability means tackling the long-term stuff. This administration is doing that across a range of issues, whether it's the climate emergency, whether it's adult and children's social care, and particularly also housing as well, the key issues that affect the people of this city, regardless of where they live. There are a couple of points that I just wanted to clarify. I think Councillor Oodie and Councillor Smith's discussion of next of person to help survivors of domestic abuse is a good one. We are already working with the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner to try and deal with people as survivors of domestic abuse who report to us as homeless. That's a significant number. I'm very clear we need a proper and detailed strategy about it that may be different to how we handle other people, and I will ask officers to see whether we can assist in terms of providing homelessness money for such a post, which the leader has already accepted. I have to say there are a couple of bits of the Conservative amendment I found interesting. Slightly more critical of it than I am of Scott. The first one is with regards to reopening the toilets at Marsden Road. Because in the landlord's maintenance budget, there are 6 toilets that will be refurbished. And top of the list is Marsden Road. So, which is in such a state that it was opened and then closed under the Conservatives. These are the male and female toilets, not the disabled ones. So in our landlord's maintenance budget, we are proposing the reopening of Marsden Road toilets in Portsmouth by doing them up. We are also proposing bringing back public toilets to Cumberland House Museum in Eastney, something I know people around Canoe Lake are very, very keen to see. So this is in our budget already. So under our Conservative colleagues, there appears to have been some double counting. I'm sure that's unintentional, but it's there. The second bit of chutzpah concerns removing the residence parking first permit charge, or as it was described, the parking tax. Now, chutzpah, in my mind, means actually doing something without admitting you were wrong, is doing something without admitting you were wrong to do it in the first place. And it was the Tories who actually brought in the parking tax in 2015. And I know that people complain about the parking tax. But it was because there was such a large loss in the budget that the Conservatives decided to do it. So the Tories are now want to take away something they brought in. Yet I did not hear a word of apology from our Conservative colleagues about that. The other aspect, and I want to clarify this because we were talked about chutzpah in financial management. The Conservatives said that the money from the properties we want to do for temporary accommodation would go to the housing support grant. Those three words were used. I checked with the Section 151 officer. That would actually mean capital money being spent on revenue, which is something I was always told you can't do. But then again, I'm the one who's lectured on financial management. So I think one of the things we've got to do is to look at the long-term issues, which I think this administration's budget is doing, take on board good ideas, as the leader has already done, and deal with the long-term issues facing this city, and I'm delighted that we as Liberal Democrats are doing just that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neil Young. Councillor Young, please.
Lord Mayor, and can I wish Councillor Sanders a happy birthday? He doesn't look a day over 49. So, you know. I would sing you happy birthday, but I will probably clear the chamber, so I won't. I mean, it's probably interesting that I was listening to the debate, and I'm going to utter those words. I wasn't going to speak, but I was slightly confused by something that was said earlier by Councillor Pitt in regards to the Guildhall, because one of the things I don't understand is we are loaning the King's Theatre £3 million to do the work to regenerate the front of the theatre, and I was part of the discussions involved in that. And then we're going to lend, if I'm right, 1.7 million, or give 1.7 million to this building. Right. So where does the difference lie? And where's the business case for this building? Where is the business case? I've seen the business case for the King's Theatre. I get what they're trying to do. I don't see a business case for the Guildhall. I've seen plenty of reports, but I've not seen any positive business cases for this 1.7 million. Now, we've seen what's happening with Lakeside. My colleague, Councillor New, was telling me about the fire alarm problems that they've had. He's told me, you know, it's because Penny Mordaunt, our MP in the North, has an office there, as many of you will know, and there's problems. There's problems with Lakeside. But we were told that the business case stacked up and that the maintenance stacked up. And yet we're going to invest £1.7 million in a building, but we don't have a business case. You know, it really, really doesn't make sense. And then we move on to this idea about parking. Representing a ward like Copner, I get loads of people frustrated that they can't park their cars. And people saying to me, I really want to be able to park my car close to where I live without having to put on my hiking boots to get home at night and driving around for 3 hours to try and find a parking space. That's why what the Conservatives are proposing to do is to look at the double yellow lines, look at the old disabled bays and try to remove and create more parking bays. Now, I get the green agenda. I get that we need to reduce the number of cars in our city to reduce pollution. I get that. But where's the strategy? What we're trying to do is we need to have a proper strategy across the city about how, and an adult conversation with residents about how we can remove cars from the street, not just tax them. We've got to give the residents of this city the credit that they get that we're in a climate emergency. They do get it. I talk to people all the time, and that's what they tell me. But actually, we've got to give them some credit and have a conversation. Get them to, you know, whether we have a citywide, but that's why we put a citywide referendum in our budget, because actually, people are grown up. People get all of this. They understand that we can't have this piecemeal approach. But let's have a proper, sustainable transport system. So that, you know, I go to London every day, and I would never think about driving in London. It just doesn't cross my mind. I get on a train, I go up to London, and I get on the tube. And I know that I could get a bus as well to work. I don't know how I would necessarily be able to go from Paulsgrove all the way into the city on which buses without detailed research. And actually, I don't know how long I'd wait. You know, actually, how long would I wait? I'd probably be waiting quite a long time. So I think that we've got to stop. You know, I've been in 8 budget meetings. I've heard all of the he said, she said, the Conservatives said, Labour said, Lib Dem said. But actually, we've got to start working together properly to actually have a proper strategy and stop trying to see who can have a green off better. Because actually, that's just petty. And actually, we need a proper strategy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Matthew Whittington. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I heard some groans from my left, so it must be my time again. I'd like to start to just address something that came up during the debate earlier. So just to thank Councillor Vernon Jackson for mentioning about the move we are making on the daycare cap. The reason why it's not in our budget is because it is coming to my portfolio meeting next month, and a report is being worked on as we speak. That was what was agreed at the council meeting, and also give the prominence to that, to give the opportunity for all the details surrounding that to be put down in writing. And I think that's the most important thing. As I say, that is what was agreed to, so that will be happening at my portfolio meeting next month. And of course, that will be shared with opposition members and around to everyone to be able to have a look at it. On the Liberal Democrat budget, I think the most important thing, and Councillor Sanders has already alluded to this, is about the future. And it's about getting this city in a place whereby we have a sustainable future, and we really look for what's important to our city going forwards into that future. So whether it be investing in housing, whether it be investing in cycling and walking infrastructure, whether it is working with our neighbours to see if to own an anaerobic digestion plant that we can then share with our neighbours and use that as a revenue opportunity, and what else we can do on the green agenda. I think that's really important. But it's also about taking decisions that haven't been taken for many years. So one thing in particular I'm particularly pleased that is in here today, and is something we've had discussions about, is to just have a sustainable future for a swimming pool in Eastney. This is a swimming pool that is over 100 years old. We have to make sure that we have a sustainable future for a swimming pool in Eastney. Whether that's something we could do to renovate the current pool to keep it there long term, or whether it be a case of putting it on that site or elsewhere. And I'm really keen that we do this work now, because the last thing we want to do is have that as a very, very old structure, a structure that was built to building standards back in about 1910, I think it was, to sort of fail on us completely, which would not be a good thing. It's such a popular pool and so important to our community in Eastney in particular, but also across the city. The amount of people use it. My wife indeed uses it herself, coming from Southsea. So those are the kind of things we're doing. But also, I would take people back to the revenue budget and look at what isn't there. Because when we talk about revenue budgets, actually what you're talking about is savings or cuts or whatever you want to call them. That's what a revenue budget is. Because since 1988, every single government has cut local government budgets. 1988, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a Conservative government, followed by a Labour government, followed by a coalition government, followed by a Conservative government again. Everyone's done it. And so here we are. So we don't have the opportunity of saying we're going to do no cuts, or no savings, or no proposals to bring income in. And that is what we've got here today. But what you don't see in there, you don't see swinging cuts to services. You don't see swinging cuts to people's jobs. What you see is investments and making sure that you change the way you do to get more for less money, because we still have less money. And let's look at the real culprits here. The real culprits are not just governments in the past, it is this government now. It is this government who give us with one hand and take away with the other. Who tell us we're going to get extra funding and then take away. The classic case, ladies and gentlemen, is the public health budget, if we actually ever get this officially announced, where they say you're going to have a rise of 1% in real terms, which would be the first rise since 2015, because there's been cuts every year. But actually, it won't be a rise at all, because they're going to give you extra things you have to pay for, extra things you're responsible for as local councils. So they give you extra cash, but then say, oh, but actually, all your rise, you've got to pay on things that we currently pay for ourselves. So give us an extra burden, but then give you extra money just to spend on an extra burden. It's no good. As has already been said in the meeting, the amount of money that we're being given by central government for adults and children's social care doesn't cover the increased costs, doesn't cover the increased capacity. The vast majority of the extra spending we've had to put in both of those things are statutory services. They are not things we can't do. We have to do them. We are statutorily obligated to do them, and yet the government does not give us the extra money we really need. At some point, we are not going to be able to provide services. We look at other councils and they can't. We need a proper funding settlement from government which is going to give us the money we actually need to provide for our city. We are doing the best in a bad situation, but also this budget, the Liberal Democrat administration budget, is investing in our future. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Mason.
My Lord Mayor, first of all for Councillor Young, it's the number 2 bus. It runs once every 10 minutes and it takes you from Paul's Grove to the city centre and it runs through your ward. Now in my ward, people come to me with a number of issues. They things which concern people. We can't solve all of them, but we can at least get the direction right and start to solve these problems. The first problem, which comes up time and time again, is the homeless. Is people on the streets, or people that they know of who are sofa surfing, or people who they know of are in bed and breakfast. The capital budget here gives 700,000. It's a start. It won't be enough, but it goes in the right direction to provide transitional accommodation. And then people talk to me about the seafront. They're genuinely worried that the improvements which we're having to make to the sea defences will look exceedingly ugly. People are worried about this. And so we have here £200,000 put in public realm enhancements, phase 1, South Sea defences. It may not be enough, but it's going in the right direction and it's starting to do things. Third thing people are worried about is the environment. And they raise the environment with me, and they raise it when they come and see me at my surgery. Here we are doing something not quite innovative, because cities around the world have been collecting food waste for generations in some places. But we are expanding our food waste collection, our recycling, and going a stage further investing in an anaerobic digestion plant, which should be an investment for this city, not merely environmentally, but it should also begin to pay for itself. What else do they raise with me? Well, haven't you done the sums? Haven't you done the sums? One of the reasons we haven't done the sums, as we've heard this afternoon, is that we haven't got the right sort of data, we haven't got the right sort of means to deal with the data. Here we are, after a long, long drought in our information technology section of our City Council, investing in a replacement service and storage. Data center switches. We're investing to meet the questions which people are raising of us. Lastly, my Lord Mayor, people talk about parking. We've heard a lot about money going into doing an investigation of double yellow lines. What on earth are city councillors there for? I know where the double yellow lines are in my ward. I have bent the ear of the leader of the council over years about some of the double yellow lines in St Jude ward. Some of them are dealt with, some of them haven't been. But that's what we are here for. I think this is a good set of capital schemes. It is balanced. Obviously we would like to do more, but we've only got 13 million to play with. And given the limited amount of money we've got to play with, I would suggest that this is a well-balanced investment of our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Simon Bowsher. Councillor Bowsher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I don't really need to talk too much about the double yellow lines survey, purely and simply because Councillor Hugh Mason has just put forward a very good argument as to why it should be done. He's been bending the council leader's ear for years and he still hasn't dealt with some of them. Then it probably demonstrates that the Conservatives are right with what we're trying to achieve. But certainly that's the way it is in Drayton and Farlington, where we actually do get action done on some of them and we actually take what residents say to us. But firstly, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Udy for what was perhaps a much more detailed amendment to the budget than we actually saw from the Labour Party. But having said that, when I look at the Labour amendment, I do quite like the one about Gerald's banqueting budget being cut. But as Gerald likes to bring forward verbal amendments when he hears a good idea, and yes, I'll take this, and yes, I'll take that, perhaps when it comes to his summing up at the end of the budget, perhaps he'd like to cut his banqueting budget, but it looks like he's rushed off somewhere, so clearly he wants to protect that. But one of the things that struck me was the comments from Councillor Fielding earlier on about the Farlington Pavilion. Councils should be spending their SIL money on that sort of stuff, and it shouldn't be actually part of the budget, or landlord's maintenance budget, or anything else like that. Well, we do spend our SIL money up in Drayton and Farlington, Councillor Fielding. We didn't go cap in hand to anybody, as you actually said, but actually we spend it on things like our community centre, which doesn't actually enjoy City Council finance or support in any respect. So we support it through our SIL. But what we actually have here, Lord Mayor, and what Councillor Fielding has actually sent out as a message, is that while his leader is quite happy to stand there for selfie pictures and champion Portsmouth Football Club, his sidekick in the council chamber is actually saying, let's cut the facilities for grassroots sport. Let's cut those facilities that benefit health and well-being in the city by chopping them out and getting rid of them. You take away the Farlington Pavilion, perhaps in the same way you look at KG5, and then it's only a short step before Councillor Corkery wants to move in and put all that green space deep under social housing, when it's actually the green lungs that we actually need to be protecting. But actually moving forward into somewhere where I'm involved in, and we've had a little bit about air quality. Part of the issue around the piecemeal approach to residents' parking zone are the fact that people are filling up my inbox in absolute trepidation at the fact that when a new zone comes in, they're going to be the ones that are subject to displacement misery. They're the ones driving round and round and round for hours and hours looking for somewhere to park, ruining the air quality. It's very difficult to quantify how you can actually look at something like that, but we're actually looking at it and saying, let's look at see how we can actually cut the permits to encourage people to go with their second permit, so they're not sending their second cars around looking to park in it. And by removing the first permit charge but retaining others, there is a material saving to those people that have a two-car family, so they can actually look to purchase permits and park outside their own properties or within their own zones without heaping the misery necessarily in other areas. It's certainly an area that we've explored, and we think it's a good one in that respect. It's certainly affordable. But we also look at things like cycling infrastructure, bus infrastructure, and those sorts of aspects of it. And actually, I have some concerns, and I'm actually looking to the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation. We've actually got a subsidised bus route that goes around Drayton and Farlington and Cossam. My surgery is filling up with worried residents that use that service, and it's not the most popular service, certainly in the Farlington end, as I understand. But they're being surveyed by people on the bus. They're actually going onto the bus and surveying the elderly people. When they're asking, why are you actually surveying me, the answers they're getting back are, we are reviewing the service. Now, translate that to worried pensioners. You're looking to cut the service, is how that's being interpreted by those residents. Shake your head by all means, Councillor Jackson. But at the end of the day, that is how it's being interpreted. When we actually look at what we're putting forward in the Conservative amendment, we're also looking at being serious about cycling. That comes through from bike hire to new investment, safety, and dedicated personnel to address the safety. We're being serious about the whole holistic approach, as we were when we were last the administration. But everything seems to have gone very quiet from the Liberal Democrats. We don't see anything. We hear stories about a bike scheme. We don't see any investment going in. And with the best from the world, when it comes to the Labour leader and their criteria with regard to the cycling, well, he was the one who turned up in Drayton and Farlington on a dirty diesel bus, got his bike off for a selfie, while the bus actually parked in a cycle lane. Tells you all you need to know, Lord Mayor, about the credentials from the Labour Party.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. We've got one more on the list, Councillor Terry Norton. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, this is my first budget as a councillor, but I have seen many from the wings over the last few years, and there's usually a pattern that is formed. It's the Labour group saying that the Liberal Democrats lack ambition, that they don't have the drive to push anything forward, and yet they vote for it and put it through, and then we go away and use the vote Labour, get Lib Dem tagline, don't we? Now, it sounds as if today that's not going to happen, from what Councillor Smythe was saying there, and I fear that the Labour group might support this Liberal Democrat budget today. And the reason for that is I agree with what the Labour group have said previously about the Liberal Democrats and their incompetence and their lack of being able to deliver. Now, what do we usually see from the Liberal Democrats? Well, I'm going to talk about what they've actually delivered, and we'll talk about their record over the last few years. And we've seen them unashamedly take credit for capital projects that they didn't implement, that were Conservative ideas. And anyone who knows anything about how these budgets work surely doesn't think that these ideas and the revenue that they've got to play with comes from Liberal Democrat vision. So, what I want to look at here is what the Liberal Democrats do, because we viewers of this very rarely see these ins and outs. But what we get with the Liberal Democrats is this idea that they take credit for everything that seems to go well, but wash their hands of any responsibility, usually blaming the government. So let's not fall into the illusion that the current administration are financially competent. They've been handed a huge get-out-of-free-jail card here through the savings from the pension funds. and through the work done by previous administrations. Now, I promised myself I wouldn't talk about the mess they've made of residents' parking, so I'm going to stay well away from that. Instead, given the fact that the Liberal Democrats haven't had to find much money, I expected a budget full of innovation and schemes that residents could be proud of. But instead, we haven't got that, have we? We've got the usual kind of nonsense that we see from the Liberal Democrats. This budget does nothing to address our hugely underachieving schools. It does nothing to address the mess that they've made of residents parking in the traffic and transportation portfolio. And again, we fall into the habit where we would like to think that we can trust the Liberal Democrats on some of the things, and certainly the Leader of the Council, that he says he's going to deliver on, but the evidence is never there. It's a culture of secretness, isn't it, and being secretive. And that is a concern, especially considering we've got a Leader of the Council who, and I love this line, by the way, is more interested in lavish dinners than school meals, and also going on trade missions, flying around the world on trade missions at the cost of the taxpayer. Now, it's not all doom and gloom. Oh, no, sorry, not at the cost of the taxpayer, but certainly flying around, and I think he's got the priorities wrong.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Yes, Leader.
And any suggestion, as you have made, that it's from public funds, I'm sure was disgraceful. I'm glad at least you have retracted one inaccurate thing.
Thank you. Councillor Norton.
Apologies, I do retract that. That's a little bit naive of me there. However, I do think his attentions need to be more on the council and doing things for the people of this council rather than flying around the country and doing lavish dinners, which seem to be weekly, monthly, and all of the time. However, there is some good stuff in here. The Liberal Democrats do have some fairly decent things in here. Their green agenda in here, and the anaerobic digester, sorry, that seems like a good idea regardless of my pronunciation of that. And I do welcome the daycare cap. However, the money in there for that. However, half is, I don't think, good enough. But thank you to Councillor Winnington for clearing that up. Now, also, well, while we're speaking to the Leader of the Council there, thank you for your email on Friday evening. It was nice of you so late in the week to offer us an opportunity to share ideas. I know that Councillor Udy probably did do that, and for that, I'm sure you managed to buy some votes there. But regardless of that, let's look at... Thank you. Yeah. But let's get on to the other budgets. Right. So, the Conservatives are offering a budget with things that really matter to people within this city. Let's go through them. Additional CCTV. Okay. Community wardens. Again, something really, really important so we can tackle some of the crime and antisocial behaviour that we see out there. Bikes. A bike scheme, not a Boris bike scheme. Councillor Bosher wanted to call it the Bosher bikes. However, okay, something really, really good, and that will resonate really well. A high streets fund. Let's put money back into our high streets and help people to get out and use those facilities. Dog bins. It's really important. People are fed up with seeing dog mess in their streets. Okay, the care cap cost we mentioned already, and a HMO officer, so you can check where the HMOs are in your area. There. We've also put in the parking referendum so we can finally give people a say on residents' parking, whether they want these zones or they don't want these zones. And these are all things that I think really, really do resonate well with residents. The things that people of this city want. Onto the Labour amendment very, very quickly. The Labour amendment there, I think, has some actually good ideas in it. I mean, I can't support the Farlington Pavilion stuff, absolutely not. It's about time that Drayton Farlington got some attention. 4 yearly elections, fantastic. And then on to very last point that I made here. Why don't I believe the Liberal Democrats? Well, I don't believe them because of things like St James's. Where is that case there? We walk around Baffin sometimes and we see Keep Milton Green. We see all of these posters in windows and these kind of Lib Dem masked things, and yet, they will not be transparent. They will not share any ideas. They say they want to work with us, but very rarely actually make any effort to prove to us or convince us that they're going to stay true to their word, and we just don't see it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. I thought we'd come to an end, but we've got one more. Councillor Lee Mason. Councillor Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Coming at the end of the evening is quite refreshing, so it's nice to be able to lay it out. Councillor Calcorkery accused us of being ideologically opposed to trade unions and we're going to slash them in the past. You might be surprised to hear I actually encouraged more people to join the trade unions when I was in charge of resources. I allowed them to do postings out to our members of staff with the exact reasoning the more we get normal, middle-of-the-ground, normal politics people into the trade unions, the less likelihood we have of wildcat strikes or going off on left-wing agendas, and it will water them down. So I was more than happy to have more people join the trade unions to get them to a much more balanced political basis. What I do have an issue with, which I think a lot of the residents at home will have an issue with, is it's their council tax paying for trade union representatives. I don't think anyone has any issue at all with trade unions existing, us listening to them, people's subs being used to run them. I think that's what people expect their subs to be used. They don't expect them to go off in political donations to certain parties who might not follow the trade union's original beliefs, even if it does, but they expect their subs to go to paying for trade union staff. And I don't think anyone has a problem with that. People have a problem that when they're scrimping and saving and they're seeing cuts being made to schools and other things, that there's money being pumped into trade unions, whilst those same trade unions are pumping money into political parties. So I do respect you have a different ideological view to myself, and that's your point on it, in answer to that. I noticed that the deputy leader for the PPPP also felt that money should be put back in. A little bit more hypocritical when at the same time in their budget amendment they're planning to reduce the number of HR management. And the exact warning we've had from our officers is this will reduce capacity to avoid employment tribunal claims and potential additional costs. I really see it's a little bit strange that you're saying that we're going to have these great trade union people and they're going to avoid having tribunals. Then we have the council officers advising us that your changes you're making are going to actually increase more tribunals. I really hope it's not due to any vendetta or revenge from a former member of staff who's now in a position of power getting her own back. It would be really sad if that was the case, trying to get rid of former members of staff or people that may have got rid of you in the past as a way of taking revenge. So I really hope it's not. But it does seem quite hypocritical to say, oh, we're going to do this to avoid tribunals, but actually we're doing this to increase the number of tribunals. Moving on, I'm afraid, Joe Vernon Jackson, you were missing when your colleague sat next to you was complaining that you never listened to him when he's bending your ear about double yellow lines. I've got to say, you said that you have bent his ear many times and you haven't had to have the changes made. I've got to say I've had double yellow lines put in Cosham and I've had some taken out in different areas. I've got to say that on whole, if you can put forward a good case and present it and push on it, they will make the changes. However, this is individual cases and we need this across the whole city. So I think it's only right and just that all residents should get an equal crack at the whip and get an equal chance to have their amendments and things checked and not having to rely on a councillor being proactive or how if they've got friends or the ear or someone to have the changes made. Moving on to the twinning and the secrecy, there was a meeting not long ago and I've got to say Councillor Wood, you were good in the fact that you did bring forward the meeting and we did discuss twinning and I did raise my major concerns about the lack of cross-party involvement in twinning. And then the very next day we did see about suggestions for Halifax twinning. It hadn't been brought for us. I don't think you were keeping me in the dark. I think you'd been kept in the dark as well, even though it's part of your portfolio. So I'm a little bit concerned that you're not being told what's happening in an area. But the whole thing we've had before is when we took over first time, we had twinning being set up in China. We then had to close the loop as the other Councillor Mason would be aware. We brought it to the full council. We had to try and get Councillor Gray on board from the Labour Party, and that took a lot of effort so we could have it as a cross-party twinning, and we move forward with that. I think it's important that twinning should be cross-party and not hidden away and not sort of thrown out. And I'm quite disappointed. I've got nothing against Halifax. I've got nothing against Falkland Islands. I just think it would have been nice to have been discussed with us. Though at the meeting when I was complaining that some of the other twinning hadn't been discussed with me, and I think Councillor Cole said the same thing, we were told by the Deputy Leader of the 4Ps that she did know what was going on, but I think that might be she's a little bit closer to the close section of the Lib Dems, and in fact some ways they've announced that they've had 3 of their suggestions taken on board. Is that the payment for their support going forward? So It only builds those people that are saying that they are sort of the left-wing cabal of the Lib Dem party. So it's interesting to see how the votes will go later. But, Lord Mayor, I would like to thank you for your time, and I think I might have riled up some people, but it's not a council meeting unless you've done a few. So, and I'd like to support and suggest everyone else votes for the logical thing here, which is a Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, Councillor Lee Mason, you clocked on again, but no, we'll switch you off, sorry. That's it, Peter, please. Okay then, so there's nobody else to talk, so it is recognised that as the capital programme and to the budget, the council tax items have been moved in as one motion. The move of the motion will only have the one right of reply. So I now call upon the Leader of the Council to sum up. Leader, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And lots of points have been raised, and I'll try to cover as many of them as possible. First of all, thank you very much to Claire for talking to me about things that were important within their budget. We haven't been able to do all of them, but I hope we've been able to do some of them which are hopeful. And I would encourage people to talk cross-party. The offer was there for everybody. I don't remember it coming when there was a Conservative administration. One of the other things that's come up, and I think is a good point, is that there was that.
Point of order, Councillor Jones.
Thank you. I wrote to every opposition leader when I was leader every year, and I did it at least 2 to 3 weeks in advance to offer them to work with us on the budget.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson.
And I think the difference is what I wrote to everybody. I think, though, there is something to be learnt from this meeting, and one of the things we don't do, and we've tried very hard to work cross-party and do lots of cross-party groups, but one of the things we don't do is we don't do a briefing before Cabinet for the leaders. And actually I wonder, we do it for each of the portfolio meetings, and actually I think after this it's a sensible thing to do before the Cabinet budget things are published, if we're able to do a briefing for all those things. I think that might be a step forward in trying to do additional cross-party working. So I hope that is helpful and useful. One of the things I think I'm pleased about is that when we became into the administration again, we brought an income generation strategy to this council for all councillors to be able to adopt. Never been done before, but it all came here and we all supported it. Now I'm pleased that again we got everybody to work together to do that. Just a few bits and pieces on the Labour amendment, the issue of Farlington. We have asked the councillors for Farlington whether they would put some money into from the SIL contributions into the Farlington Pavilion in exactly the same way as we've asked councillors in Cosham whether they'd put some money into KG5. The answer in both cases from the councillors there was no. And the question we then have is, do you penalise sports people playing football, because the councillors in those wards won't make a contribution? And our feeling is that we shouldn't penalise those people just because the councillors in Drayton, Farlington and Cosham will not put anything into the pot. I think we take a citywide approach, and that's a disappointment.
Okay, Councillor Atkins, please.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I feel that I'm being misrepresented. First of all, I've never been asked for a contribution to KG5, and second of all, at the council meeting we had 6 months ago, it was made clear the money for that playing field restoration was all available because it comes from insurance because it was fire damaged.
Leader, would you want to try quick?
So, I'd say maybe you've done the year before you were a councillor, the ask was made, but it's not all covered by the insurance.
Councillor, hold on a second, please. I've only got one finger here. Let me just do one at a time. Councillor Lee Mason.
I'd actually approached Councillor Pitt saying if there was an issue, we would look at putting money in for my sell money to have it, but I was again told there'll be insurance money going forward. So it was my first suggestion. We were approached to have money going to other wards, but not for the KG5 pavilion. And that should have been done out of insurance because the insurance money was there. So this is trying to blame other parties and throw it around. I also had a promise from Councillor Pitt that he would be consulting with us and talking to us, and he hasn't. So I wasn't going to pick up on it, but if you're going to insist.
Okay, hold on a second, Lee. Let me push the button or nobody will hear you, believe it or not.
My understanding is that the amount of money for insurance has to be topped up by corporate resources. But I'm very happy if there's a change of heart or if there's an offer, then that's great, and we're happy to work with you on that. Going back then to look at the main bits of this, and I'm quite interested in the Conservative amendment. I think mainly because it seems to build on a lack of ambition and a lack of vision that I see from them for the city. So last meeting, we had a discussion about the climate emergency. Something is absolutely important, and they voted against work to support work on the climate emergency. On Lakeside, one of the most important strategic decisions this council has made for many, many years, instead of going for a quick buck, a strategic purchase for a 35-year period. Again, they were all over the place. I think 2 in favour, 4 against, most abstained. So real lack of vision. And I think the other things that struck me in this thing is there's been no mention, I think almost from anybody, about the extra money going into social care. I think we've heard a few people talking about it, but nothing, I think, very little about the £7 million extra that has to go into children's social care and the £3 million extra going into adult social care. And I think we have to be really clear that it is our duty to look after the most vulnerable in this city, and that we are proud to do so, and that's what this budget is based on. So, Lord Mayor, I think this is an ambitious budget. I think it's a green budget. I think it's a prudent budget. I suppose I wasn't surprised that from the Conservatives there's been no mention of Victory Energy, no apology, nothing to say that actually they got it wrong and that this would be wasting millions. But I suppose we shouldn't be surprised at that. But I have to say their amendment has got 3 things with Councillor Lee Mason that interest me. First is, Councillor Mason, if you look at your budget amendment as a Conservative and you compare it with the one from the Portsmouth People's whatever, the one you attacked, your wording about the cut that you're putting in, so that you're putting into HR is almost word for word the commentary that's put in for the Portsmouth People's Progressive Group. And yet you don't seem to have read your own amendment and criticising your amendment. But the other 2 things I think are really interesting. As Councillor Sanders has said,
Sorry, Leader, we've got another point of order. Councillor Lee Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Point of order 39B. My references to hypocrisy, the fact that she was saying they're going to put £39,000 back into trade unions, whilst to achieve something at the same time that her cuts were going to be making, and my suggestion that there could be some ulterior motives as well. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
That's how it should be done. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
So, my Lord Mayor, there are two other things that I think are interesting because they show the lack of detail that's around. The first is the Paulsgrove Loo. Refurbishing it is already in the budget. It's already there, but the Conservatives need to double count it and waste 50 grand on something that's already going to happen. And secondly, they're putting £200,000, and I will read you what it says, to project to establish a houses and multiple occupation database. Well, I have to say, Lord Mayor, I have looked at the database on the council website during this meeting, and it's there. So £200,000 down the drain to replicate something that's already there. No wonder the people of the city, after 4 years, decided that was that.
Sorry, Leader, we've got another point of order. We must know the number.
Fascinating that the Leader of the Council is talking more about us than he is about his own budget. 39B, point of explanation. Lord Mayor, we've gone by officers. The database, you cannot report breaches on there. You cannot upload photographs. The system is not fit for purpose. The Leader of the Council should speak to his own officers about what they would like. All it is a simple Excel list. It's not fit for purpose, and we will also be using money to employ staff to go out and carry out investigations around HMOs. There is a marked difference.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
So, my Lord Mayor, there's £250,000, £250,000 being used from the Conservative amendment on stuff that's already there. It beggars belief. But like my Lord Mayor,
This is a budget. This is the greenest budget. Leader, we've got another point of order. Tell us the point of order. Councillor Harris.
Be misrepresentation. He's talking about the HMO database, which is basically an Excel spreadsheet. As described earlier, I have told you twice that you can input two different terms to get two different answers. That is not fit for purpose, hence why a new database. But obviously, you cannot comprehend that in your brain.
I've been told that was... I think that was near the mark. And also, I caught somebody over there taking a photograph, and hopefully... Sorry, it doesn't seem to... Oh, that's all right then, okay. But please... Leader, please...
So, my Lord Mayor, no budget is perfect. I've done 16 of them, and no budget is perfect. They can always be improved. And my thanks to Claire for the suggestions that have come forward, which I think probably help improve it. I hope, I'm disappointed other people did not take that opportunity. But this, and I'm pleased to see that Claire, as a group leader, has be fleet of foot and quick to be able to take opportunities that other people don't appear to be able to do. So my Lord Mayor, this is a prudent budget that invests in the future of the council. This is a green budget, the greenest we've ever had. This is a budget that invests in the cultural life of this city. Just to give you an explanation of this building. When we first started here over 12 years ago, £1 million a year was going to look after this building. At the moment, we put £400,000 a year into looking after the fabric of this building. We're suggesting taking half of that, so it's no more money than is currently spent, taking half of that and using that to release 1.7 million quid to invest in this building, to be able to make it a better location, to drive income and make it more financially stable. Now, that's a really logical and sensible and business-like approach to trying to create jobs, create wealth, and create a cultural centre in this city. And I'm really disappointed.
Councillor Sons, tell us the point of order number.
39B. Councillor Vernon Jackson has just said we spend about £400,000 a year on the Guildhall. From 2011, we've spent nearly £4 million. We've also the landlord maintenance grant of nearly £3 million. So I think he's slightly underestimating the amount.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
As I said, we spend about £400,000 on the fabric of this building. That's what the budget is. If you add that up over 10 years, you get to 4 million. Because 400 times 10 is 4 million. And this is about trying to make sure that we do things better, that we invest in the future. We create sustainable businesses in the arts and the cultural industries to create employment, to create the buzz that can make a city feel so great. So both with King's and with the Guildhall, that investment, it's borrowing, which doesn't cost the council any more. It's actually just being smart with how we do the money. So, my Lord Mayor, I hope this is a budget which people can see as prudent, ambitious, visionary and green, and I hope colleagues will support it. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you very much. So, the amendments to the budget and council tax will now be put to the vote, starting with the Labour Group amendment, that's what I've agreed, using a recorded voting method as required by the regulations. Stuart, would you like to take over from this one, first of all?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Okay.
Amendments are taken in the order in which they're placed, and it was the Conservative amendment first, followed by Labour, and then the Progressive People's Portsmouth Party.
No.
Lord Mayor, the rules say that the Lord Mayor decides the order in which the amendments will be taken. They're not reliant on how they're put at the actual meeting. It's up to the Lord Mayor to decide how to facilitate the meeting.
Sorry, hold on a second. Hold on. I couldn't quite hear Councillor Jones because the microphone wasn't. Could you repeat that again, Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm slightly concerned that the Lord Mayor is getting involved in the political order, which has an effect on political outcomes, potentially, of this meeting. Amendments have always been taken, and in the past when we've tried to do this, we've actually been given different advice in that we can't do that. And I hope, Lord Mayor, if someone has asked you to do that, which I'm pretty sure they have done, because I don't think that would come from you, with all due respect, you're a lovely guy and you say yourself you're not overly political, okay? Yeah, but you are, and you always say, look, I'm not really political, I'm here for the people, and you're absolutely right about that. I'm sorry, if someone has asked you to do that, it's wholly inappropriate, it's wholly out of accordance with what we do in this chamber. Amendments should come in the order in which they're put. I'm sorry, I strongly object to this.
I happen to think that Councillor Jones is right.
Okay, I'll take it all back.
So, Lord Mayor, it's your meeting, it's your rules. Standing Order 45 broadly deals with it. It says the chair of the meeting shall advise on the sequence of the motions and amendments. It said it in the letter that went out saying the chair will advise, or the Lord Mayor will advise on the order, but clearly it's entirely up to you. It's not an issue either.
Well, yes and no, Councillor. I was asked which way I wanted to do it. I asked them to explain to me Pidgin English and what was not Pidgin English. Sorry, they explained to me very straightforward what it meant, and I thought that was better. But obviously, the leader, and if it's you don't want to upset anybody else anymore. If that's okay with you, I'll take it back and I'll go with what Councillor Jones said. Very, very simple.
Sorry, it's
just my discretion.
One last, prolonging it, if I may. The discussion that was had between the Director of Finance and myself was to decide the order based on the scale of the amendments, i.e. if you scale up, that's the process that was discussed. But as I said to you, as officers, we're not bothered at all. We're just trying to hit the facilitate the meeting, and it's yours. If you want to change the order, Lord Mayor, it's entirely up to you.
I'm not. Sorry, Councillor Bosher. I'm just not going to go back into it. I'm going to start with. Right. Okay.
What Mr. Ackland has said. Standing Order 45, which is what he's just referred to, it says D, before commencement of the debate. We didn't have this discussion before we started the budget debate. And the assumption has always been that the order in which the amendments are considered is the order in which they are voted on.
I did say, Lord Mayor, this is getting nonsensical, isn't it? The fact of the matter is it doesn't matter which order we take the vote, because we're going to have to do a recorded vote anyway, right? And we probably would have had it over by now.
Sorry. No, I'm not going to go to you, Councillor Mason. I've made a decision now. Thank you. I'm going back to the Conservative thing first of all. So that's it. End of discussion. Okay. So Conservative bit, as we always used to do it.
That's fine, Lord Mayor.
That's what members want.
So the chamber is absolutely clear. We're dealing with the Conservative revenue amendment. So those in favour of the Conservative revenue amendment, if they could stand and sit as their names called, please. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Weems, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins, and Councillor Geminu. Okay. So those that are against the Conservative revenue amendment, if they could stand and sit as their name is called out, please. Okay. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tomwood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Madden, Councillor Smith, Councillor Udi, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt and Councillor Winnington. And are there any abstentions? No. So we'll just count that up for you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, please count that
Thank you. Okay. The Lord Mayor has asked me to give the results of the Conservative amendment on the revenue budget. Those for the amendment 16, those against 24, abstention 0. So that amendment is lost. Okay. So you're now dealing with the...
Progressive.
well, if you're saying if you wish it to be in the order, if that's the will of the council, we'll do
Happy
with
the progressive bit?
Well,
Yes.
Or is it the Progressive Group you're happy with that? No, Labour?
Labour,
Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay.
I'm really just trying to please everyone.
We're now dealing in the order in which they were presented. We'll now deal with the Labour Group revenue amendment. So, as before, those in favour, please, of the Labour Group revenue amendment, please stand. Sit as their name is called. Thank you. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Udy. Thank you.
You can count them up.
Indeed. So, could those who are against the Labour revenue amendment please stand and sit when their name is called? Okay. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Zachary, Councillor Madden, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Weems, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Young, Councillor Symes, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Gemma New. I don't believe there are any abstentions. Thank you, Mayor. So we'll just count that up for you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the results of the Labour revenue amendment are as follows. 4, 8, against 32, abstention 0. So the Labour amendment is lost, Lord Mayor. We're now moving on then, Lord Mayor, if that's okay with you, with the Progressive Portsmouth People revenue amendment. So those in favour, if they could please stand and sit as their name is called. Councillor Smith and Councillor Udy. Thank you. Those who are against the Progressive Portsmouth People Group revenue amendment, please stand and sit as their name is called. Okay. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Weems, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Vazakali, Councillor Madden, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Gemma New. And I don't believe there are any abstentions, so we'll just count.
There is, sorry. There was two.
Oh, I do apologise. Could those abstaining please stand and sit as their names called? Thank you. Okay, sorry. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Lord Mayor, the result for the Progressive Portsmouth People Revenue Amendment is those for, 2, those against 30, 8 abstentions. So that is lost. You're now presented with the Cabinet Revenue recommendations as originally submitted. So, are you happy for me to?
Yes.
Okay. So those in favour of the Cabinet recommendations on the original proposal unamended, please stand and sit as their name is called. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Madden, Councillor Smith, Councillor Oodie, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt and Councillor Winnington. Could those who are against the Cabinet recommendation on the revenue budget please stand and sit as their name is called? Okay. Councillor Weems, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Geminu. And are there any abstentions, please? Thank you. We'll just total that up for you, Lord Mayor.
Yes, please.
Right, Lord Mayor, the results of the Cabinet recommendations unamended on the revenue budget are as follows. For, 24, against 16, with no extensions. So the Cabinet recommendations on the revenue budget are passed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, members. So we're number 9, aren't we?
Yes. I would start with Conservative Group. Go back to do it as we did with the...
Okay then. Yeah. So we go back to how we were originally going to do it, the Conservative Group. So, yes, carry on.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, so we're now dealing with the capital amendments from the Conservative Group. So please, those that could stand who are in support of the capital amendments for the Conservative Group. Thank you. Councillor Weems, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Geminu. Okay. So could I have those who are against the Conservative capital amendment please stand? Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Wood, Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Madden, Councillor Smith, Councillor Oodie, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Winnington. Okay. Any abstentions? No. Okay. We'll just total that up for you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The vote on the Conservative capital amendment are those for 16, those against 24, with no abstentions. So that capital amendment on the Conservatives is lost, Lord Mayor. Okay, Lord Mayor, we're now dealing with the Labour Group capital amendment. So those in favour of the Labour Group capital amendment, if they could please stand. Thank you. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Udi. Okay. Could those who are against the Labour Group capital amendment please stand? Okay. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Weems, Councillor Bowsher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Zachary, Councillor Madden, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Roberts New, Councillor Atkins, and Councillor Geminu. And are there any abstentions? Okay, we'll just work that out for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a bit like Eurovision.
Okay, Lord Mayor, the Labour Group capital amendment is as follows: 4, 8, against 32, 0 abstentions. So that is lost. So you're now dealing with the Cabinet's recommendations unamended, as obviously there were no capital amendments from the Progressive Portsmouth People Group.
Oh, you didn't do that?
No. So if I could please have those in favour of the Cabinet's recommendations unamended, could they please stand on the capital programme? Thank you. Councillor Corkery, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Coles, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Weems, Councillor Bowsher, Councillor Norton, Councillor Symes, Councillor Young, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Zachary, Councillor Madden, Councillor Smith, Councillor Udi, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Horton, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Winnington, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Swan, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Atkins, and Councillor Geminu. And are there any abstentions? No.
No.
Okay, we'll just work that out for you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Lord Mayor, the result of the Cabinet recommendations on the capital unamended: 4, 40, against 0, abstention 0. So that is carried. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Can I thank you, Stuart, for doing that bit? It's always complicated, but thank you for doing that. So that concludes the debate on the budget and council tax item and capital programme items. So moving on to number 10 I've got here, page 17. Moving on to the final recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 4th of February 2020, Treasury Management Mid-Year Review. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 4th of February 2020, Treasury Management Mid-Year Review 2019 to 20, has been previously circulated. So I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose that item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which an objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I call minute number 12, Treasury Management Mid-Year Review. Okay. If none of the minutes objected, so that is it.
No objections?
No, that's it. Okay.
So that's approved.
Yes, that has been approved. Thank you very much. So now I'm on here, aren't I?
So you're now on questions?
Yes, so now on to questions, I think. Yes, one question, I think. Questions understanding Order 17? Does that ring a bell? Yeah, okay then. Members, there is one question understanding Order 17 that was in previous circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allowed when standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that a member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any member or any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question and the one that replies. So question 1 then is Councillor Corkery to be answered by Councillor Vernon Jackson. So Councillor Corkery.
The question in my name, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks for the question. The regeneration of the city centre is a long-held ambition of the City Council, and I'm pleased to report that I'm being told that significant progress has been made by officers since the Cabinet decision to move forward with a joint venture arrangement with Delancey last year. The work on the city centre is much more than just completing the joint venture arrangements. Having said that, the complex suite of legal documents, the business case and financial model for the joint venture to govern the partnership are all nearing completion. The partnership has in parallel also focused on a number of meanwhile uses and supported the Council's ambition for a consultation shop proposal which will open in Cascade shortly. The meanwhile uses include plans for a commercial road public realm, changes for the market and a temporary change of use for some of the areas of the Tricorn car park. The success of the team in the first round of the Future High Streets Funds has also stimulated a discussion around more ambitious plans and the interventions to be developed. The team has now shared the Future High Streets bid with members and is now ready to start engaging with residents on a long list of options, both Commercial Road and Fratton High Street. The partnership is still finishing a work development programme but it's expected to be consulting with residents on the new plans for the Tricorn in late spring, but more plans on this will be available in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Corkery, did you want to ask supplementary?
Yes, thank you. So last time when this was originally being floated, some of the main meanwhile use that was put out there was discussion of some form of box park. So I was just wondering if there's any progress on that particular suggestion.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
So in terms of a box park, we had been looking at what some other areas have done in terms of shipping containers and housing. The feedback we've had is that it's not a good use. They are not great places to live. They're very cold in the winter, very hot in the summer, and that it doesn't create a decent place to live. So we've rowed back from that. I don't want to create something that is not good. So I'm sorry. I think that's off the agenda at the moment.
Councillor Corkery, did you want to ask another supplementary?
I think the box part that was being suggested was a mix of kind of retail and food outlets. But anyway, I just wondered if you'd considered potentially the possibility of relocating Shop Mobility from its current site on Arundel Street, because I know that they're quite concerned about their future and feel that they haven't been offered anything substantial at the moment. So I wondered perhaps the old Tricorn site, while it's just being used as a half-empty car park most of the time, maybe that would be a good location.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. That's a possibility. I think the other possibility that I can think of is if we've got a consultation place opening Cascades, that we could use part of that as well, because that's using an existing structure and potentially is cheaper.
So, no other members want to ask any questions to the leader? No? Okay then. So that concludes the formal council meeting. In 5 minutes, or a quick comfort break, we return to the chamber for a private session for the selection of the Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor for 2020-2021. 5-minute break, please, members. Thank you.